speaking about the star children that are physically here today. I'm speaking for the star children who are about to come in, who are waiting to be incarnated onto this planet, who are waiting for our planetary consciousness to be in a place where they can come in and be supported. And then I'm also speaking for and created this event for all the star children across generations. That includes all of us. And that star children that is very alive and vibrant inside each and every one of us. All star children, our voices are ready to be heard. We're all ready to shine. And the mission around what I do, so I have an organization called New Earth Trust. It was founded a year ago. And we've been creating gatherings for families and children to be a part of this consciousness space, because I've always found that a lot of consciousness events that I've been to are, the children are not invited, but they should be. They are, they are our future. They carry the frequencies of the new. And this space here is as much for us as it is for them. So we've been creating gatherings. There is a community curated for families and star children to share, to speak, especially to find that connection and belonging, and that it's okay to be different. And that's the space where we talk about all the things that we feel like we can't share with others, like on the playground or in the classroom. That is the space where we can share anything, your downloads, children's visions. And if they feel like they're from somewhere else, that is definitely the place they can share that. And then the bigger mission is a new paradigm education system. So as a part of the community, we have been having a lot of discussions around this to co-create this vision and to talk about what is needed to start kind of seeding the first steps of this vision. Now, I know we just talked about, well, it doesn't matter if, my kid goes to public school or whatever. And it's true. And new paradigm education doesn't mean we have to be the ones building all of these new schools. And at the same time, it's time to have these conversations about what that actually means, be it just like an online community, and that's where we start. And, just talking about what new paradigm learning in and of itself may already be the beginning of what new paradigm learning is about. Who says learning has to just deal with children? When adults come together and talk about what new paradigm learning looks like, that in and of itself, we're all learning. We're all learning what it means to be learning in the new paradigm, right? And we're talking about it with our children as well. That's what I see perhaps an aspect of new paradigm learning is about. It's children and adults gathering together and co-creating what this world needs. What about that for new paradigm learning? So there's no set curriculum, if you will, and that's where we're starting. And so that was the last cohort of the community. And I do envision building physical schools if that is where this mission is unfolding. We have another event, a larger gathering in Hawaii next year, July 2027 in Honolulu. And that one is a star family gathering. So not just a convergence of our cosmic families, but it's meant to be an intergenerational event, meaning you can bring your entire family with you. We're bringing our community elders with us, indigenous wisdom keepers, and an amazing lineup of speakers soon to be announced. And we're all gathering around what? Gathering around this theme of a village, that a place where we all belong. It doesn't matter our biological age, we all belong. And then other themes that will be surrounding this is, of course, family dynamics, children, future of humanity, rite of passages, future of education. Let's talk about it. Let's live about it. Right. The way I see this conference is like we're a living template of what new education feels like and looks like. Let's test it out. Let's try it on. Who
Yeah, I
knows what
love it.
that's supposed to be?
Hmm. Yeah, well, I love what you're saying about this was starting the conversation, and and you've been having this conversation for a few years now, and I've seen how it's just becoming more and more solidified, and realizing how to like start implementing these things, and also, as we have a comment here from Vishna saying the whole school curriculum needs change sooner than later. And so what I see with this, and we keep the momentum going, is it's going to be a rapid shift from conversation to practicality. And when more and more people come together, we do these live events as well. And then we start having conversation. These are my ideas. These are my ideas. And that's like, okay, well, how do we start implementing these ideas into society? And also really thinking about what JJ said, like, how do we not exclude and isolate? That
Yeah.
and that one is really a challenging one to look at, because on some level, there are going to be people that hold on to the old ways, and there's going to be people that create a new one. And when we're creating the new one, there's a way to not do it in a way that it's in a bubble, like in an intentional community hidden behind like a forest. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Where there are different types of platforms, media, social media, to also get this awareness out there,
Yeah.
right? But as you shared, this is just the beginning, and I'll invite everybody out there who's tuning in, because this is a very niche event within the grand scheme of consciousness, right? Going through this one, so for you to be tuning into this event, there's something within you that called you to be a part of it. Like whether you're like the star children, obviously we're all star children coming from the stars, or whether it's like even the nitty gritty on our telepathic powers and these new beings that are coming on the earth with these gifts already instigated, ignited within them, or whether you have a child, or just care about new education system, all these different avenues. So if you do have anything to share and want to contribute and have some ideas, there's the website right there, trustnewearth.com. Tune into that. And Julie's doing some great things. We're going to be doing this type of event most likely every year online, and then in Hawaii we're going to get together in person in an amazingly beautiful, energetic, right? And that's a whole new thing too. So it's like milestones and evolutions as we keep moving forward, creating bigger and more powerful gatherings and igniting the community around this mission.
Yeah. And I want to bring, it back to your original question. Why this event?
Mm-hmm.
The thing that you mentioned about separating, like we don't want to be separating people. We don't want to be, the crowd that's hiding in the forest, starting something, right? Um, nor do we want to be dogmatic. Like this is the new way. Everybody follow this,
Mm-hmm.
right? It has to come through the children's voices. If we are creating a system where it's benefit, those who are meant to benefit from it, those who are meant to be receiving from it are the children themselves. It has to come through them. And that's why for me, it's so important for children to be able to speak on what they see as the future of education is and what they need from the system. And of
Yeah.
course, there is a language thing, right? Because they don't necessarily communicate the way we do.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a lot of density and different systematic things that we have to navigate here on this planet. And that's where our roles are. We're here to guide them. Yet the initial impulses, the initial ideas, I genuinely believe they have it within their hearts. They come with such wisdom. I really believe that the new system has to come through the children.
Yeah.
And this is why I feel like this kind of event is so important.
Yeah. I agree with you, and that's why you do the roundtables. That's why you involve the children. That's why we had a conversation in the beginning yesterday for it. We're going to co-create this together, right?
Yeah, yeah. So
So,
last year we had a New Earth Children Roundtable where the children literally sat around a couch and talked about the future of education. And that was the beginning of it.
Yeah.
And so I see us continuing on with this. And of course, the next one, we will incorporate more voices of children as well, so that we can hear more about what it is that the new is calling for.
Yeah, and I saw some clips of that too. Some of the questions that you asked the children and their answers, it was very profound. I remember even commenting like how prolific the answers were, you know.
Yeah, so maybe we can share a little bit of that at the end of today. I would
Yeah,
love to
if you have some of
share
that,
the children's voices again.
let's do it. All right, so for today, so Julie, the video that Rob sent me today is almost downloaded, so I can play that, and then we can just launch the interview with you and him later, if you want to do that.
Yeah.
Okay. And so this is who we got lined up for you today, everybody. And welcome to everybody who just joined us in the last few minutes. This is the Star Children Summit Day 2. Day 1 was epic, extremely vulnerable. A lot of emotions were flowing for sure. And just go ahead and say hi in the chat room. Let's start out with some energy. Hello, how are you guys? Where are you from? Where are you tuning in from? How are you feeling today? You know, your intentions, whatever you want to do, just contribute some energy in here as we do this as a collective, rather than everybody here speaking and you just listening. Let's get some engagement and, you know, comment as well along the way. We're going to read your comments out. We'll throw them up on screen and we'll have some fun together. Okay. Yay! So let's get into our first speaker for today. Do you want to introduce Rob?
Oh, I would love to. And I just like to say aloha, everyone. I am based in West Oahu of Hawaii, and it's such a delight and pleasure to be with you all. Now, our first speaker of today, Rob Gauthier, he was born in the 1980s, and in 2007, he went to a spiritualism church. He went there because he decided to get his life back on track, and he was looking into the dark for too long. Now, this was the only place in the area where he felt like he could express his beliefs openly and meditate and be taught by great psychics. As a child, he was blessed with psychic abilities, and he started learning from great psychics and he learned many great things, including experiences as a child were not just figments of his imagination. And when he thought he met his grandmother for the first time when he was 9, after she's been dead for over 20 years, he was actually right. And it all started making sense to him. So he continued on his journey to learn more meditations. And after years of working with those abilities, he became really dedicated and he met Treb. And Treb is the light being that he channels. And now, I would encourage all of us to dive a little bit more into the beings that he channels and his work through our Portal to Ascension Star Children Summit website bio, because it's really long. But I'm going to just sum it up. And through his journey, he's been privy to many galactic light beings communications, such as Aridiv, Ancient Palladian, Metatron, and many more. And he has a book, Galactic Humans, a book about 12 races of humanoids in the galaxy. And he is the founder of ET Whisperer. And you can see him. He does this thing every year called a channel panel. And it's great, where he invites all of these really great channelers, everywhere, and creates this amazing event. And so follow him on that. Go to his website, and here we go. This is his interview. Neil, I'm not sure if I can hear you.
I was saying this is his recording from yesterday that he sent me. So this is just his presentation. Okay. And then we can play his interview another time or send it to everybody.
Yeah.
Here we go,
Okay.
everybody. Rob Gauthier.
Hey everybody, this is Rob Gauthier here. As you can see, I'm not in my normal home. I'm actually traveling in near Glastonbury right now for Neil's conference, Portal To Ascension Glastonbury event. So I'm very excited, but I do apologize about the background and not having my perfect equipment on to make it a little nicer, but I think this is great. So let's talk about the most important thing, and that's the energy behind children, the star children, the cosmic connection to children, especially the new wave of children who are coming in to Earth right now. It's an important aspect. It's a certain thing that we have to deal with in our community and our connected collective consciousness in general. But a lot of souls, as you know, come into Earth now on a galactic format, and they're doing it as souls who are coming here very advanced and coming to connect with humans and help the culture of Earth start being ready for contact, for growth, for development, all the things that are very important for our Earth to go through right now. And as all of you kind of know, we're going through this really exciting shift and change, and it doesn't feel great sometimes because the world seems a bit chaotic. But these things have been talked about by teachers, by seekers, by channelers, by many people for hundreds, if not thousands of years. This part of our Earth consciousness is so that we have the ability to connect with a different, shifting, changing Earth. We always run in cycles. And this cycle of Earth is to develop a world connected consciousness and to connect with people in a different way, a better way. And we have all these systems that we've been dealing with for thousands of years that are suppressive, that aren't great. And those systems keep people in a box. They keep people without their own power. They keep people separate from each other. And the division, chaos, all those things that these types of systems bring, we're seeing those finally starting to break down. Now, they've always been in a decaying state in the last, probably 10 years or so, but it's also been a very important part to remember why that's happening. Now, the reason that these things happen on a larger scale is that new systems that create abundance for people, and I'm not talking about money, I'm talking about the ability to have what you want, to do what you need, to connect how you want to connect with people. And, people in this community, I feel, are very intricate and understanding about that. A lot of good energy is placed towards manifesting the things that you want, learning how to navigate your emotions, your mental state, your consciousness. But the new world is something where we're taught this from a young age. We're able to express ourselves. We're able to connect with nature, or, the right thing. It's like the new earth. And I don't like using that term sometimes because I know it's kind of a catchy phrase that people use in this community. And it doesn't sit well for everyone, but it is a new, better version of this earth. The human earth with multitudes of consciousnesses from different planetary energies who come here to incarnate. But even talking about culturally around the world, there's so many different cultures, ideologies, and all of them have their place, and they're beautiful. And these systems that kind of have gotten some more negative energy into these systems have used those systems to kind of keep everyone in. And these new souls that come along are amazing souls that are going to teach us in so many ways. So I want to preface first with my own sharing a little bit. The reason that I was invited is because I'm a channeler, and I've connected with star children, rainbow children. All of these ideas have been very pertinent in my field and through my channeling. But also, I have two children with special needs, and both of those kids are very highly developed souls. And when they come to Earth and they're experiencing things, they're giving us the opportunity to learn so much from them. So I'll share a little story about my kids. My son, he was born when I was 19, and I wasn't the same person at 19. None of us really are, but it was an extreme, drastic difference. I was not a very nice person. I got into a lot of trouble, eventually going through drug addictions. And my son is who taught me how to love beyond myself, right? I think people who are parents, there's a lot of energy there where you understand that you're capable of loving other people. I love my mom, I love my dad, I love my sisters, my friends, a romantic partner, a husband, wife, girlfriend, boyfriend, partner in general. And yes, those are powerful, and yes, you feel connected to them more. But in most of the circumstances, when it comes to what's best for you or what's best for everyone, the choice is pretty easy. It's like, oh, I'm going to do this for myself because this is what I need for myself. And my son taught me how to love beyond a selfish version of love. And I'm not saying loving yourself is selfish. I mean, that's something we all have to work on, and that we all need to implement more of in our lives. If we're caretakers, especially, caring for kids with special needs is something I have to deal with a lot. Self-care and things like that. The weight that I have, the overweight problem, is a problem of eating for comfort, things like that. So it's a never-ending journey. But my point is, through this connection to him, I taught myself, or he taught me, more accurately, he taught me how to go beyond that and how to love and how to connect. So the energy that he shared with me was something that came in a long stint, and it's still ever evolving. Right now, he's 26 years old, 27 years old, and he still teaches me every day. So cerebral palsy is a brain damage. This happened during the birthing process. He ended up losing oxygen, causing brain damage. So at 26, he's not able to walk, talk, communicate verbally or non-verbally. He can only communicate with noises, and as a parent, you understand your child. And when you're intuitive, it helps you understand even deeper what they need. But for all intents and purposes, I had no way to communicate with this little guy. This person who I fell in love with the moment I met him, which was unheard of, I think in that age group, and sorry, I just got a shower, so I'm a little itching. People in the age group who are younger, they can look at someone they see as beautiful, a man or a woman, and say, whoa, I'm in love with them. But, it's a hormonal thing. A lot of the time, the energy of connection between two people can be real. And maybe if you're wise enough at that age, which most of us weren't, I think most of us took a while to understand the spiritual concepts. You're just like, oh, I like this person, and that feels good. But this person I fell in love with, like, instantly, who owned my heart, who I felt like I would go through a million miles of fire to save them, protect them, help them, be a part of their life. I had no way to communicate. I couldn't talk to him. I talked to him all the time. He couldn't talk back. He couldn't share his ideas. So it was a very difficult time. And throughout the years, learning that he couldn't communicate and what his life looked like, the doctors had said, hey, you're not going to be able to probably have him in your life past teenage years. Like most people with this severe of a problem, they die before they're teenagers. 27 years old, he's still kicking. We've had a lot of scares in between, but he's still doing his thing. And part of that is being loved, and part of that is connecting. But also, as we know, every soul has a desired journey that they need to have, and for him, this was it. Fast forward a couple decades, I spaced out my two children quite well. My daughter, and she was born in 2019, so she's 7 years old right now, and she was born, for lack of a better term, quite normally. She was fine. All of her things looked healthy. She did pretty well. There was a little bit of problems. Her mom had a rough pregnancy and things, but for the most part, the first few months, it was like, oh, everything's fine. And then as she got older, about maybe 6-8 months old, we found out that she was having a problem. And the way that manifested, we took her into the doctor, and they said, oh, she has what they call Vater association. And basically what that is a series of birth defects. It's not one birth defect. It's a possibility of 5 or 6 different birth defects. And out of all of them, she had 3. And they can affect the colon rectum, they can affect the arms and legs, they can affect esophageal trachea area, which is like a hole in the throat area, disconnection from the trachea. It can affect kidneys, and it can affect heart, and it can affect spine. And out of hers, she had 3 of those. And most of the time, if you have 2 or more, your chance of having a heart issue is very high, like very high. Like I think it's 60-70% or higher. Thankfully, she did not have that. She only had 3 others. So before she was 4 years old, she had to get 4 surgeries. And those 4 surgeries before 4 years old also are pretty devastating to the little kid's body. But as she started getting older, about a year and a half, she was walking a little late, crawling a little late. She didn't crawl really a lot. She kind of went from a little crawling or crawling, kind of awkwardly moving around to getting up and walking. She kind of just skipped that whole thing. Not skipped it, but it wasn't the same process as all the other kids I've seen grow up with my nieces and nephews. My job before I was a channeler, as a full-time babysitter for 6 kids. So I watched kids develop, and I noticed she was like behind. So I was like, okay, that's one thing. And there was not babbling or any types of communication. And after I knew she had Vater association, I was like, oh, these surgeries could be stunting some of these growths. So I just hung in and waited. And when she was about 2, I realized that she was autistic. The way she interacted with the world, I had known, not personally known, but I had perceived and monitored and watched many autistic children who were in the same special school that my son was in for his issues. So, between her mom and myself, we're like, oh, she's autistic. And I didn't really know all of what it meant. Like I knew through observation, I knew it was a spectrum. From kids who were just a little quirky, maybe a little, they say some funny stuff or they communicate in kind of a funny little way, all the way to, things like with my son, like nonverbal, and even worse into that, like, not mobile, aggressive. There's a whole spectrum there. And, it's like, this is what we do. I've already had a son with all these problems. So by standards, she was walking, she was communicating, not verbally, but she'll grab your hand or point to something if she wants it. She was able to do some communication. So it was much easier for me. For her mom, it took some time to get used to. And her mom's a great mother too, and very supportive, and an amazing mom. And she's also not neurotypical. Her mom isn't. She also has a lot of the types of I wouldn't say problems, but kind of issues in developing connections with people, or communicating desired wants and needs. A lot of the things that people who are autistic have. So through this journey, she found out a lot about her own journey. And then, we're at the now, but she had taught me a whole different thing. With my son and his things, it was at such a severity. Every time I tried to talk to my guides about it, because I do channeling, that's why I'm in this world, is channeling. I would do channeling, none of my guides, they're like, no, his soul wants to have his experience in a physical body with emotion, lots of reasons why. And they said he doesn't want to communicate, like through psychics, he doesn't want to do any of that. He just wants to experience himself in the body in an emotional state. And that be the main thing, like not no mental state, but not an emphasis on mental state, just the emotional part. And it was important, to learn that early. When I first started channeling, I had no reference to any of this. And my son was already probably 7 or 8 when I started my spiritual journey, and started learning meditation. Then when I met Treb was probably around 2008. So he was about 9 at that point. And then I was able to, learn from my son throughout that time. But after I met Trev, he's like, he doesn't want to do that in communication. My daughter, the exact opposite. That's how she communicates with us intuitively, not through guides. Like, there's no guides that I need to connect with her. And even some of the ones I've asked, they're like, yeah, she's already connecting that way with you guys intuitively. And this is something that I do want to talk about as it relates to this entire topic, the greater topic about star children. But the connection with her was very strong. Her mom had a super strong during the pregnancy. She had even gotten the word autism while she was in one of her meditation states. And she's like, oh, no, that's just me trying to freak myself out, during the pregnancy. And then later on, we found out we also had her name from consciousness. Like, her mom heard the name, said it to me, and I was instantly like, yes, that's her name. So she was doing all this connection. I had a dream about her because we thought it was going to be a boy. We felt very strongly a masculine energy, so we both assumed it was a boy. And then she showed me in the dream state that it was a girl, and I was like, oh, this might be a girl. So we kind of connected throughout the whole idea of this, but she's always been communicating, and since she's come, it's even stronger. She also has her own personality. She's a very tough little girl. And in the typical autistic fashion, there's a lot of cat-like behavior with their, like, hey, I'm not going to give you affection until I want to. But she's also very affectionate. I know some people with autism, even the touch or hugs can be very overwhelming for them, so it's not something they can do. But she does, and that's really amazing. We kind of grown with her and developed that. And I realized my son was to teach me that I can love more people. My daughter taught me to reintegrate all parts of myself, because at that time I had been in the spiritual community, and I kind of ran away from that dark side of myself from the past, the part of me that didn't love the things that I had done in my past or my behaviors. So I was very ashamed of that in a lot of ways, and I judged myself a lot in a lot of ways. And the experience that I had with her is learning to reintegrate that. We had her during the time it was COVID, so the world was kind of going crazy, and I was keeping an eye on the world for the first time in years. Like, normally, no news, no social media. I mean, I'm on social media, but I don't go there to learn things about what's going on in the world. I kind of felt like, I'm in my safe little bubble here, so that I don't have to deal with these things, so I can kind of bring this energy together. And then COVID happened, so I had to interact with the world in a different way, and I had to kind of keep an eye on how things were going and how people were reacting and how people were upset and mad at each other or hating each other and things like that. So it brought me back to that center place where I could reintegrate all those things that I understood from the past, the way that I used to be, and give some forgiveness, to being able to actually work in the same sense and connect with people more directly. So I'm going to take a drink real quick here, wet my whistle, and then I want to talk to you kind of about the best way that we can support these types of kids, because parenting in general is not easy. It's one of the more difficult things for most people. It can be the best thing, but also the most time intensive, the most energetically difficult, and the most consuming aspect of life in a lot of people's lives. So I want to talk a little bit, from what my guides have shared about their perspective and how we can help these kids. Give me one sec, guys. Sorry. So, relationships in general, for me and my understanding and the way that my guides have kind of always taught me, there are multiple versions of people in a relationship. You have a person, you have who they're in a relationship with, and all relationships, friendships, work relationships, lovers, children, parents, siblings, all of them. There is the person that is the person, and the other person, right? Those are two people. And then there is the version of this person that this person perceives or projects, and the same goes with that. So they're looking at each other in a different perspective than how they actually are. And then the fifth version or person in that relationship is they're connected to collective self. So there's like a co-created collective energy there, the amalgamation of both of those people. And what's important about that is that when we're dealing with our children specifically, we have to recognize that the way that we see them is not going to be who they are, especially as kids start developing. Kids always have their own personality, but they really grow into themselves at and around the times between like 5 and 8, and then again in their early teens, and then again in their late teens. So there's always like an evolution there. But we also have to understand that that evolution is going to continue to change till they find who they really are. I'm 40, it's 2026, I'm 46 right now, and I'm still finding more about myself all the time. So I know it's a long journey. It takes a long time. There's a lot of energy there. But, supporting them to help them find out who they are as early as they can, without putting our own things into it. And this is something I see more and more. A lot of kids want to make their parents happy. A lot of kids want to appease their parents. So sometimes they'll do and say and experience things that the kids aren't really interested in. They do it because their parents are passionate about it, or on the opposite effect, the parents are angry. If you think this way or feel this way or do this way, that's not right. People who do that are horrible or bad. These judgments are the first level. We can love our kids, and our first job is to protect them. At least from me and my own experience, from a masculine perspective, it's to protect them from the world, and that includes dangers, physical, emotional, spiritual, however you want to see it. But also, you can't live your kid's life. So at the first layer of trying to work in to protect them, you have to be able to give the love to them so that they don't feel like they're neglected. They don't feel disconnected from you. As a parent, you want yourself to be the safest place for that child to reflect the world. And it's hard for everyone to learn how to reflect their own world. It's hard to perceive the world through light of anyone else, but we have to be there to be that safe reflection for them. If they come to us and they have this very difficult life struggle, and we get mad at them, or we're like, oh yeah, just, this is how I feel and think about it, they may feel judged, or we may be sending them off into a path that's not good for them. So the first part of our job is safety, but the most important thing to remember, the first thing to remember, is that these beings are sovereign entities. They are 100% their own consciousness who came to Earth for their own reason, and they need to experience life the way that they need to. So our job to protect them is a difficult one, because where's that line? What can we do to help keep them and guide them and protect them, but also not break past that part of free will, to step on the soul's toes in any way, shape, or form, or at least minimally, right? It's impossible to not step on the human part of their toes, right? The part of their toes that's like, oh, I don't want to eat broccoli for dinner, but, hey, you got to eat something healthy and something good. You know what I mean? As a job of the parent to protect him. Sometimes it's going to butt up against free will of that personality self, of the actual child self. But when it comes to the soul aspect, stepping on a soul's toes is a little different. And synchronicity occurs, and people choose their parents, and they go into that experience incarnating, knowing what they're in for. So that's the other part, trusting yourself, as the connection while you're trying to protect your child and work with them, but also trying to observe their free will. there's going to be that part too of trusting your own self. Intuitively, I know that like all these decisions that I've had to make, because my children can't communicate them for themselves, they chose me as their parent. They chose their mothers for a reason. They chose the experience that they needed by choosing the parents they needed. So they knew when I have this medical thing that I'm going to be born with, I want my parents who will choose this, who their own personality will more than likely do this and that. And I know this is another aspect where it's very difficult when we talk about free will. Some people are like, free will reigns supreme. Others are like, it's only destiny. But it's a mixture. As souls, we're much wiser than we are in our bodies. We have a much higher vantage point. We have that 2-mile high bird's eye view of life and souls and all of those things. So as a soul, when we come in, we know what we're doing. We know what's going to happen for the most part. But also, the part of us who is in the body, we're at the driver's seat, right? We could just say, hey, today I'm going to change everything, and could do that. And, you know, most of us won't, right? Most of us go in that life and kind of live. But we can, which is also a powerful tool too, if it's for something good and positive. But for the most part, they know that we're going to kind of follow that lineage. So the children choose the souls they know are going to do the right things for them, not just medically, but emotionally, mentally, so that they can get their spiritual journey the way that they want it. You know, and this is a hard part to say because I know a lot of people have had abusive parents, a lot of horrible things that can happen in abusive parenting. I have family members who had severe abuse that wrecked the whole family's life. It was really bad. So I understand that people who've had that type of life don't necessarily love hearing this. But my son chose, a mom and dad who had their own problems. I went through a big part of my drug addiction through his childhood. Because the pain, the emotional, mental pain I was going through, not knowing how to deal with all of these things, kind of broke me. And he knew that, but he also knew I would love him and that would be the only connection that I had left with people and Earth in general. I lived and continue to live because I knew no one else would take care of him for me. I knew that no one could take care of him the way that I did. Even though I sucked at everything else in life, I kept doing that. And take another drink. Sorry, guys. As we're in Glastonbury, I'm doing another thing with one of my buddies, and we were walking all day yesterday up to the tour and all of that. So, yeah, it's been. I need my hydration for sure. So, as we're going through these types of things, we have to remember that communication is important, right? Transparency is important. It's easy to say, hey, if you go into that river at night, like the Japanese custom, they have the river spirit, the turtle with a pond on its head, it will drag you down and drown you if you're going out there alone at night. And that was to protect the kids. But in all reality, those types of little white lies that are used don't benefit the children. Children mentally have a lot to develop, but as a soul, they're already highly developed. If we can communicate with them honestly, but in the way that we know they can receive it, I think that's the most important. I was talking about the 5-person dynamic. Most people in relationships that are having problems, that's the biggest problem. The 5-person dynamic, the version of their partner that they're seeing is a version from the past. It doesn't exist anymore. All the bad things they had gone through, all the good things that used to happen that don't happen anymore, they're projecting a version of that person. So when they're communicating clearly and talking, they have the opportunity to bring the version of the projection back to the version of the person. And that's a very important thing. Because without that balance, we can't have good relationships. And that's where we work with our children from. Pure communication. Let them tell you who they are. And I know kids, they go 100 miles an hour. Hey, I'm an astronaut. Hey, that's not what I'm talking about. Let them tell you how they see the world. And with your clear, transparent communication, as it's your job as a parent to help guide them through the world, you can always add to that perspective. Oh, that's very interesting. I'm going to share to you what I think about this, how I see the world. And you share with them that idea. You don't say, no, you're wrong, that's dumb, this is the way it is. You offer that thread of connection and communication so that they have an opportunity to learn something new. We all are our parents, just a little bit. I mean, as bad as that sounds. Or anyone who raised us, grandparents, uncles, aunts, foster parents, whatever. The people who spent our entire life from our childhood, the moment we're born, all the way through to young adulthood, we take on that personality and characteristics. So no matter what, and we fought that, right? As a teenager in the 90s, I fought that. I was like, I will never be like my parents, and my parents were great, right? But that mindset, right? But I'm both an amalgamation of my mom and dad. So they're going to learn what they need, no matter how resistant they are. And the best way for us to work through that with them is to share with them what you think, what you feel, why you see the world the way you do. And not all kids are going to be super curious. Not all of the kids will be like, oh, that's interesting. Why do you think that way? They don't have the curiosity gene of what makes people tick. Some people are just nature fanatics. Some people are artistic. Some people just want to go out and have a 9-to-5 job and watch football, and that's great. So no matter where it is, you still can offer them insight, because the one word conveying what it is that you're doing that you can give to another person can actually build and make that experience for that child to have a whole development and growth, to say, oh, this is what my parents think, this is how they see it, let me think about that. And even if it takes 10, 15 years, it's important. And remember too, as we're raising kids and we're giving them the honesty, 100% truth, no matter how crazy that looks, and obviously a way to tell them that's age appropriate, things like that. And when we're sharing with them our perspective and our love and our guidance, the energy that they'll receive is beautiful. And sorry, I lost my train of thought here just a little bit. I heard some of the other people going in and out right next to me, and I was worried that they would come knocking or something. But so the energy with sharing with the children and connecting and guiding them, that's going to be their thing. And as much as we don't want to be our parents, we always turn into them. So that guidance is going to be great. And something that we don't think about, right? Hey, 1 + 1 is 2, 2 + 2 is 4. We teach our kids that way, but we also teach them the other way. The whole world teaches each other. When you're in a place or an area, and I'm not talking about a city, I'm talking about a job or a group of people, you take on learning from all of them, even when no words are spoken. The vibration that we have teaches everyone around us. Think how kids learn, right? It's not just about perspective and perception. They say that a newborn child has horrible vision, like barely, it's like severely blurred imaging as their eyes learn to develop. So they're still learning, not just sound, sight, touch. There's so many different vibrations that people have. And as spiritual beings in a physical body, we have an electromagnetic field that receives that. So we're able to feel the energy of the people around us. We're able to feel the connection to people around us. And it's something that my guide Treb said early on in the channeling that always amazed me. why are people like naturally resistant? Why do we come into the system that's limited and that has heavy limitations? And how do we learn to circumnavigate that? How do we learn to deal with that? You know, how do we teach people? How do we teach ourselves? And he's like, the vibrational learning is why. Like, the child is born, the doctor doesn't want to be there. This is his 10th baby today. He's worked 12 hours, 10 days every 2 weeks, and he's putting in 12 to 15-hour days. He doesn't want to be there. This is just like, God, I'm giving birth to this person, so here we go. The nurses, same thing. Parents are freaked out because, in Western society, everything's going to go wrong. You know what I mean? So parents might be freaking out. Visitors might be freaking out. You might have someone mentally ill in the next place that's screaming and yelling, and then people are freaking out about that. There's so many vibrations. And this soul who's exiting the mother's body into our world, that's how they're met. It's like apathy, fear, chaos. That's how we're met when we enter this world. And we wonder why. It's a little crazy. But the thing that's important about anything is to teach them vibrationally. Be the person that you want to teach them they can be, or to offer to them the opportunity to be loving, be transparent, be supportive. Oh, you don't want to go to college and get a degree to be a doctor. That's what our family does. We're all doctors, right? Okay, why? Talk to me. Why? This is why I thought it was good for you to be a doctor. Clear, transparent communication. You tell them what you're thinking. You tell them your feelings, but also tell them the reasoning behind those feelings and thoughts. Let them understand the full picture, not just I'm dad, I'm mom, I'm your parent, I said so, that's the best way to do it. We all know that's not always the best way to do parenting. I guarantee most of us, our parents or people who raised us, also did that. But we have to be able to let go of that energy and be able to communicate. And I'm talking about 5-year-olds all the way to 19, 18, 20. Even when kids are 40, they're still your kids. You're always going to be there for them. And I know once an adult becomes an adult, a child becomes an adult, and then there are two adults talking, it's a much different dynamic. But as they're there in that young, formable space where they're actually figuring out who they are, it's so important to work with transparency, with love, with vibration of your heart, with honesty, with example. And I don't want to take away from anyone's experience. I know raising kids is not easy. Sometimes I have to, when the kids are asleep, I have to go watch a movie, play a video game, do something. It's like, oh my God, that day was crazy. Yelling, screaming, fighting, all the things that I don't love. But we still do it. And with that experience and giving them the love that they need and the support and being that example, it's a beautiful thing. I want to thank you guys for listening to me. I hope what I said helped. I know the next generation of these kids are going into the world as very special souls. So what I wanted to share is my own perspective on how nurturing them would be the best. And when we nurture these kids, these next level kids who are coming in, it will impact the world tremendously. That love that you teach them, the patience, the curiosity, being curious about the world and people, that will be spread throughout all of the children. I love that. Love you guys. Thank you so much. I appreciate you, Neil, for having me on. I appreciate all of you who have attended. And thanks for listening. It's Rob Gauthier, and you can find me at etwhisperer.com or thechannelpanel.com. Channelpanel.com. Thank you guys. Love you.
Awesome. Thank you to Rob, everybody.
Wow. Yeah. I'm just going to invite everybody to take a deep breath into their heart space, because that was a lot. starting from his journey as a father. And I know Rob doesn't talk about his fatherhood a lot, but wow,
Exactly.
how meaningful and powerful was that sharing? It was from his heart, his experiences. It's not an easy journey, clearly. And I remember talking to Rob for the first time about his fatherhood journey, and of course, I just start bawling my eyes out.
Mm.
And I feel that he is expressing what each one of us as parents and even people who care deeply about children, that unconditional love, that we're willing to do so much to protect, to be there, to do whatever it takes to ensure that they grow into what they're meant to be. So just deep breath into the heart space. Let that go. There were some real gems in what he shared with us.
Mm-hmm.
I love how he said that every child's soul chose you as a parent for a purpose.
Mm.
And that's really what is underlying this trust, that as parents, how we can embody that trust more and more is to keep that in our heart. There is infinite amount of information, endless parenting advice out there if you do go and try and look for it. And of course, I mean, we get that question too, right? Like, well, what can I do to prepare my child? Like, what if my kid is doing this and how do I deal with that? And it's like, at the end of the day, they chose you. They know that you were precisely the parents that were here to show them exactly what they were meant to learn, to evolve into the beings that they're meant to be. And at the same time, they were precisely the children that chose to be your children so they can show you what being that you are meant to evolve to be.
Mm. Yeah. I'm curious to know if they chose you and if they knew what they were getting into when they came to Earth. Because like it's like that whole thing. Like I'm not gonna get into my childhood traumas, but it was very traumatic, nonstop stuff happening from like 3 to like 11, and but then I also realized that I chose my parents, and we choose traumas because you have the opportunity to become a master of your deepest wounds, right? And it's like, do you choose to become a master of it and learn the lesson, or do you fall deeper into it? So I would think maybe the answer is yes, that they come here with a knowing of what the challenges are going to be by choosing specific people in their life.
Yeah. And isn't that with all relationships? They're
Yeah,
here to mirror to
true.
us what we need.
Yeah,
And it's all about how we alchemize it, right? Like, I mean, my childhood was no roses and unicorns. And here we are. We're both
right.
hosting the Star Children Summit.
Yeah. It's interesting because as we shared yesterday, there was like and some people had mentioned, like, when I said, "Why are you here?" They said, "I'm here for my inner child," right? And there was like an inner child healing. I'm feeling like I'm getting it from this. It's kind of like a workshop, really, bringing these
Mm,
things to the surface, having realizations, revelations, and it's so cool because a lot of what we're sharing here, even though we talk about Star Children in specific, it really goes into the collective, you know,
yeah. Yeah.
and then the whole dynamic we have with our parents and the lessons and traumas we have, and how so many people have mommy and daddy wounds,
Yeah.
right?
Oh.
And it's projected out into the world. It is the essence of the archetypal essence of creation.
And that goes back to the two main things that Rob said he learned from his kids. First was unconditional love, and the second was what? Integration.
Mm.
It was integrating all of his past, with drugs and he said the dark parts of himself.
Hmm.
And I see exactly the same thing with my kid. It's looking at
Oh
myself,
yeah,
and right, like it's you can't express that unconditional love to somebody else unless you do that to yourself first.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
So, well, I know we have to jump onto Vivian real quick, but I'll just share this with you. I heard an interview recently where somebody who loved their child so much said he has met people that don't love their children that much, and he had not even imagined how somebody could not love their own child that much, or how they could treat their child in a way they don't love them. And the other person said back to them, "You never know what somebody went through."
Oh,
Okay.
absolutely.
And now you just spoke about, if you can't love yourself deeply enough or allow the child to be a catalyst to find a deeper love for yourself,
Yeah.
then maybe that it is quite the cliche that we say almost too often. It's like, you can't love yourself, you can't love others as much as you love yourself, right? So when it comes to your child, like, you have to really figure out, like, what parts of you don't you love. And my parents loved me, but there was a lot of places they didn't show love, and it was things that they weren't. My dad, for example, wasn't happy with himself, and since I was reflecting those things that he wishes he could have done or didn't want to do, or was angry that he did in his life, he took it out as the opposite of love on me.
Oh
Even though
yeah.
by default he loves me, but
Oh
he's
yeah.
willing to disown me because I did those things. You know, say,
Oh.
what a contradicting energy that
Oh my
is,
gosh. I
right?
feel like we can have another conversation around this.
I
I
know, right?
experienced a
It goes
very
deep.
similar thing,
Don't get me
and it
started.
might have, it might have to do with something, growing up in Asian
This
families
Yeah, this is
where
not a
love
Star
is
Children
never
Summit.
expressed.
This is just therapy for me, okay? That's why we're here today.
Therapy for us
And
all.
right,
How
for
about
us
that?
together. All right, so
Integration for us all. And this is why I have so much love and respect for our next speaker, Vivian Chauvet. She's been speaking about star children of all intergenerations for a long time. And of course, being a star child herself, she knows deeply what that means. And beyond just being a star child, she is an Arcturian hybrid, fully lived in. So she's in contact with her Arcturian team at all times. And and also beyond, the mirroring of the human relationship dynamics, what I feel she also brings in is this mirroring of our star ancestry. So I know she's going to dive a little bit into that.
let's bring her on.
Let's do it.
Hey, Vivian.
Hi.
Hello, Julie. Hello, Neil. Thank you so much, both of you, for bringing me on. And Julie, I was
Definitely.
listen. Thank you, Neil, as always. Of course, we support each other. And Julie, I want to acknowledge everything you said, and it just really warms my heart. Thank you for seeing me as I am. And I want to share really quickly that recently, a beautiful gentleman online who's listening to my meditation and other things I offer just on my YouTube channel made a comment. He said, Vivian, you are an Arcturian, but you are the mother of light. And that really struck a big, really something deep in my heart. I can feel like I call that offering me a dozen of roses in the etheric realm. It's that energy of Arcturian mother of light is really how I've been feeling. I feel like I am like a grand universal mother. I can feel that I can relate someone, a star child who is 88 years old from the human journey, to a 4-year-old, to a 20-year-old or a 60-year-old. I can feel, I relate to all the star children on the planet, regardless of how old your physical form says you are. There is this motherly energy in me. And so when I came back to the planet, along the way, I started to realize what my journey was. And I asked my counsel, I said, I'm not here to physically bring children. And they said, dear one, you have millions to attend to. You have your hands full. You don't need any more. And I know what they meant by that. So I represent that other aspect where through life, and with my husband Peter, yes, I am a stepmom, and it's a very, how could I say, a very beautiful human experience I'm having through them. And believe me, they're like as my own. At the same time, I can feel from an Arcturian, very, very ancient being, mother of light, as I was been called. I bring this natural nourishment and nourishing energy. This is why for me everything is so to heart. Your words, your energy, your evolution, your growth, your sadness, your challenge. It's very impact my heart very much so. So I just want to bring that energy to establish with, especially with the Star Children Summit and talking about generational. It's something we want to bring more today. We, as you know, that I represent a very large, very enlightened, very ancient intergalactic beings, sentient intelligence. And as this mother of light of Arcturus, so to speak, coming back to you in this humanized hybrid form, I am embodying that universal mother energy. And so I can relate to yourself as a parent or a step parent, a caretaker, a grandmother, a grandfather, an uncle and aunt who may have raised children or be around, or even for those of us who never had biological children, we still feel collectively and globally connected to each other through that conscious sentient field that we share with our grandmother, the mother of all, Mother Gaia herself. So it's really an intricate and yet beautiful multi-layered way to feel that you are the child of Mother Gaia as you're the child of the stars. At the same time, you come and play the role of the child, the parent, the caretaker, the spiritual leaders, the guardians, and we embodying all these roles, that if that resonate with you.
Whoa. Yes. I love especially Mother Gaia and the stars at the same time. I had a regression a few years ago where I saw the dragon realm and I went into Earth and I literally saw that the Earth had a translucent wormhole inside that was birthing souls, that the Earth is quite literally birthing our soul, and doesn't come from the stars because it's like that's the reflection. It actually comes from the Earth, and we are the seeds of it, and then we get deposited into a mother, and the soul getting deposited in the mother then gives you the physical form for the soul to come out. And to me, that
Exactly.
made me realize Mother Earth is not just a saying, it's quite literal.
No, it really is. Would you give me 30 seconds? Speaking of a mother, I'm the mother of a Bengal girl and she's screaming at my door. So Mama Bear has to answer the call.
Did you
Yes, a
did you even say a
while.
gorilla, or is that the name of the dog?
No, that's her feline.
I am a cat mama too. And I know even during a live event, in my girl calls, I'm like, oh, my heart is being pulled. But
Yeah.
it's wonderfully deep and rich what you just mentioned, Neil, in terms of this, I'm a wormhole or conscious interdimensional portal coming in. When the soul re-enter, or a fractal of a soul come in and initiate an incarnation, will choose a genetic lineages, will choose a cultural background, will choose a region through the body of Mother Gaia to come back to. So the soul understand the multi-layer and the multi-generational and multi-dimensional impact of what the souls come to experience. So we're start to re-identify that as we are bringing children back together, whether it's through a new form of more higher consciousness of schooling, teaching, understanding of who they are, it's very important to reestablishing that connection to the planet and why they have chosen to answer the calling of Gaia herself and bring her. And so when we talk about from the stars, is that there's so many beautiful representation or representative or emissaries that represent many enlightened, very intelligent intergalactic groups. So what that means is that we are bringing back also the frequencies of these groups, of these intelligence, the gifts, the ability, and of reflecting into our DNA genetic markers The thing is that just the human DNA template itself, this architecture of light, memory, encoded information, you carry a very rich tapestry of gene pool and, of course, memories, experiences, challenges, everything that comes with it. So when we talk about children, we from the Octran delegation and I am, we feel that first recognizing the multi-generational connections between all generations of star children or the children of the earth that have returned at different stages of her evolution. Remember, everything is cycles of evolution, right? And we are in a most, I would say, predominant ones right now. Why? Because only you're redefining the history of the future aspect of humanity, but you're also redefining an aspect of the next level of universal evolution. You're affecting thousands and thousands and thousands and countless of other home worlds. The universal fabric itself, there's a redesign that is taking place right now. And this is why we seem sometimes so much opposition or reconciliation and so much coming back to the surface. So if we look at the younger generations of star children or ancient souls that return as children of the earth, and how, you're a caretaker, your mom, your dad, or you're a facilitator, or you're a spiritual teacher, whatever role you play, it's understanding that we feel it's a time to reunify. It's a calling. We're calling all the children in all corner of the planet to return together. And yes, there will be a need for new structures. Let's teach them levels of consciousness. Let's teach them how to recognize how the body template is designed. You ask what your chakra system do. For example, your ability to mentally realign your nervous system or overload your adrenals, your ability to communicate with the consciousness of many other sentient life form, whether it's yourself, your higher self, understanding the dynamic of your family, your interactions with children in school, teachers, parents, different generations of starseeds, as well as the communication with Mother Gaia herself, and understanding that they are part of a very vibrant, conscious ecosystem. And yes, I know they're telling me from a human perspective, the children to understand that no matter what imprints they have received from either genetically, they carry in their DNA, through behavioral patterns, whether it's projected from mother, father, influence of people in their family, their tribes, the cultural background, whether it's school, whether it's other children, it's understanding that we have to allow them to understand who they are versus the personality self that they're fabricated based on that theta state. They're so open, absorbing, and being able to redefine who they are. And the thing about, I would say, let's say from teenager all the way down to even your son, Julie, your 4-year-old, who is so beautiful and adorable. The challenge that they have is that they may be coming in with completely veil dissipated. Maybe they may coming in with a stronger sense of the higher self, their purposes, their past life or parallel life memories, or ability, gifts, vision. At the same time, the challenges they have is that there's no cohesiveness in the field to coach them properly to understand how to navigate the human global consciousness, meaning how does it feel like to be in this physical form, the motricity of it, how do you operate the body, how do you operate the language and the linguistic field, how do you operate into the emotional aspect of the human self. There's so many emotions you're being bombarded with. All these thoughts entering our field, the ability to discern what thought forms belongs to their self, what aspect maybe of soul memory a thought form may re-enter their field, or is it coming up from the bombardment of the non-conscious aspect of humanity and many other sources that we can go into. But the point I'm making here is to understand who they are, how they came through the field and a rebirth, the birth canal, all of this, the trauma they went through, and understanding that all these personality or traits or accumulated even trauma, emotions, imprint, karma, all of this, and to say, remember that ultimately at a soul level, you came by soul design. It means that your soul blueprint understand that the potential of these challenges, what you've came to overcome and what you've come to implement and become a new embodied realities. So if you look at family unit, the parents who bring the next generation of children, if from their own previous generation to grandparents and the grandparents to great-grandparents, each generations of these star children coming back as earth-based children just pass on the same abiding non-resolved trauma or belief system pattern, for example, around abundance, around your identity, around communications, around ability to fully express yourself, to be able to talk about mom, dad, grandpa, grandma. I see an angel. I see this being that comes from, I don't know, 50,000 lights here from here, and they're here in a light body. Is there a place to having this dialogue that helps to heal the relationship, the multi-generational relationship between all these star children have become grandparents or become parents or become caretakers, who've become adults, and these ability got shut down because the previous generations were told the same thing. So we have to break certain cycles, and that is done to different form of dialogue, consciousness, relationship, breaking also it's called breaking the bondage of karmic energy that is also passing on through teachings or understanding of love. You talk about that, how love is perceived. What is the love expression? I have seen so many times clients of all ages, and I would say some of them even their late 80s, some of their 60s, 70s, 50s, 30s, and even younger. But the same commonality they all have is, well, growing up, I have learned quickly to understand what love was within a context, how it was expressed, and therefore I developed certain ability to compensate. That means your subconscious mind has been super active to create those blocks of understanding and create sub-realities and feed your conscious mind or the 3D logic mind or the personality self. And understanding that if I want to be loved and feel safe and be accepted, I'm going to need to create those conditions in myself. And so these conditions are never understood at a root source for what they are. Then later on, they create the adult that we see. And then they have children, and then the same thing repeats itself. So that multi-generational starseed reconnection is think of it as like the Aboriginal tribes, whether it's a Hopi Nation or the Navajo, the Yavapai, or the Mammoths in Colombia. It's allowing a tribal, almost like council of meeting. You sit down with different generations and let the youngest talk about their reality. The grandparents, if they are still there, talk about their reality. The parents, and talk about as a council of tribal energy to see, okay, grandma, in my time, it was forbidden for a woman to do certain things. Or in my time, in a time of war and discrepancy, and we were completely retracted into survival mode, I step into the fight or flight reality. Now, allow me, grandson, granddaughters, or others, to tell you that that energy is no longer required. Let me teach you how. Let me show you why. Let me explain in my embodied reality why I, as another generation of starseed and earth-based children, how I have why I have taught you the way it is, why I feel tough love is the best gift I can give you. But it may have been appropriate in certain generations. In today's world, they have different needs. They have different calling. They have different purposes. They have a different aspect of themselves who came through in a generation that requires different form of support. Are we attentive to that, if that makes sense?
Absolutely. Yeah. Well, there's so many different layers that we can dive into. And the first thing I would like to ask is how we spark those conversations at home. But before we get into that, and I know I can ask you anything and you would have like this most like expansive answer. But before we dive into that, and I know Vivienne Chauvet is pretty well known on this platform, and I know her very well and love her deeply. Just a quick introduction into this beautiful star child, Vivienne Chauvet, who is also an Arcturian ambassador, galactic healer, cosmic teacher, architect of light mastery. She is definitely one of the leading voices in the global spiritual and ET community, a dominant figure for bridging interdimensional wisdom with grounded human transformation. As an ascended Arcturian being in holographic human form, Vivienne is an ambassador between worlds, guiding humanity's reascension into cosmic sovereignty and higher octaves of light. She is a respected teacher, healer, international speaker, visionary creator of Arcturian energy matrix healing, Arcturian healing arts program, but also the founder of Arcturian University, which is an amazing community. And she offers master levels teachings grounded in galactic intelligence and the sacred frequency of stay in your light. You can check out more of her work through the Arcturian University website, which is just arcturianuniversity.com. So that was a lot. And I'm still integrating like all of the things, right? Like we're talking about intergenerational, and then there's the cosmic, and then we're talking about Mother Gaia and our connection to her, and just bringing it all back home. How about that? Like home as in our physical homes. If we have children, if we have connection to children, how do we start these kinds of communication? Because it really comes down to that. Like if I have a 4-year-old, there's only so much that gets communicated, at least on a verbal level. And I know much communication goes beyond that. But yeah, like where do we start? Where do we initiate this?
Yeah, it's a great question. And whether you are a 4-year-old, whether you have, let's say, a child with special needs, who is a very ancient soul, at the same time, that child with special needs, as they evolve and become teenager, they will face the same challenges that any child growing up faces in terms of the body alchemy shifting, hormonal changes, personality coming out through experiences of some other desires or needs will come to arise. So how do we being able to bridge that? It's part of the challenges that more conscious parents also have. It really goes back into the foundation of yourself. If you look at, let's say, different generations, great-grandparents, grandparents, parents, children, and even their children, if you have, or the children of others, or the children of the planet. Regardless, if you look at just 4 or even 5 generations, each generations or each person evolving in that generation has had their own challenges. Have you been able, within your own self first, to be able to heal the lack, the trauma, the discrepancy, the feeling of what you were brought into, what environment did your soul return to, the impact it has had on you? Are you mentally, emotionally, physically in alignment? Are you allowing yourself to be fully present? Do you feel that you are grounded in your complete self-love, self-acceptance, self-worthiness, and understanding that the previous generation, let's say your parents or your grandparents or even a teacher who has an influence on you, are you allowing yourself, how could I say that? Are you allowing yourself to step into your light and being able to heal the pathway of the trauma within yourself, whether it's the challenges you're facing as a human being? So we feel that at this stage, it's about understanding the needs of each generation and being able to address in the context of where we are today. Like for example, your 4-year-old is facing a generation that is very much pulling through more, technology, AI, artificial world, virtual realities, online, all of this that has a layer that maybe my generation, it was very light and non-existent. It may have been the background, but it was very, very, very much in the background. We had a different generational challenges. We were more pulled into, how could I say that, being independent very quickly. We have to learn to grow up fast. We have to learn to be independent. I remember in school, even elementary, kids coming to school with not a necklace, but a key, a chain around their neck, and a key that said, this is the key to my home, and I have to go back home on my own, unlock the key, make myself lunch, and come back to school. I grew up with that kind of reality. Now you would say, well, each generation has their challenges, and at the same time, the potential for huge acceleration. So my generation is a bridge between the generation before and even before them, and the one to you who you are today and the one who's coming too. We are a direct bridge. We're an anchor bridge. So that will be looking at what your generation has brought you. What acceleration of growth, evolution, what has that taught you? Has it helped you to accelerate also some of the maybe unfinished karmic energy that you brought at a soul level? For example, we see a lot of Syrian soul coming back, reincarnating at different generational state, or Lyrans, for example, and their challenge is about adapting into this polarity field. They're very prone to feel like, having anger, resentment, and it's been built up for generations. Or the Syrians to feel the guilt, wearing the world on their shoulders, and how to cope with that emotional outburst, how to cope with so much emotion running because that guilt energy is still at the soul level. And I'm just giving you some general example of it. But if depending on how old your child or your grandchildren are, or those around you, it's called the art of adaptability. If you start to listening, whether it's the child behavior, an energy, a pattern, you will start to understand the nonverbal communication aspect of it. Are you emotionally in tune from a higher consciousness, a higher emotional stability, maturity? This is why emotional stability is so important. We need to stabilize ourselves globally in our emotions. For the last 2 years alone, Julie, we have seen a little bit of a change in the overall, all the children of this planet, no matter how old you are in your physical form. We have seen people being more, sensitive, prone to outbursts of anger, dissatisfactions, being overwhelmed, impatience, retracting in their world, disconnecting or cognitive dissonance, emotional overflow. We have started to feel that there's been a little bit of that energy because there's too much bombardment. You no longer understand where you begin and when somebody else start in your field, what to understand, what extracting that is resonate into a higher truth that will ground you in your sovereignty and be able to nurture you, a higher truth that will guide you to express the higher potential of who you are, expressing your needs through the intelligence of your heart center, opening your throat chakra in complete balance with your solar plexus. And why? Because your solar plexus is your core of sovereignty, self-worth, and universal connection. If there's a disconnect just in that powerful trio of energetic connections and quantum interactions, well, you are projecting that in your field. We see that a lot. I get either very loving and incredible message, or I get the opposite of the spectrum, and almost like nothing in between. That's because we are in this position. So as a parent, if you're already overwhelmed, attempting to practice, meditation, being able to follow your bliss, follow your heart, and still attending to your children's need, that create a disconnect. And so vibrationally, what you do is that we're sending opposite signal to each other. And your children, whether they're 3, 4, 5, 6, 15, 17, 21, or even later on, they're going to pick up on that. Same thing with the animal kingdom. If you have pets at home, they are your children, and you're asking them to behave in a certain way, well, you're telling them vibrationally that you're unable to reflect the same behavior you're expecting of them. You're not getting you.
Wow, everyone, this is gold. I see that. I witnessed that in others. I witnessed it in myself. It really, what regulates a child is never your words. It's your presence, always. And I also want to remind you what Vivian just said. It also weren't a bunch of words. When she was talking about the throat, the heart, the core, the solar plexus, she was attuning us into this transmission of alignment. So breathe into that, because I know that was a lot. And yeah, and it's a life's work, everyone. Like, I mean, don't please don't take this transmission and be like, oh my goodness, like how am I going to do this? There's the intergenerational trauma, the karmic, and then there's the cosmic stuff that we've brought in. And okay, now how am I supposed to deal with all that? No. You ain't here to deal with all of that all at once. All this is pointing to is that is the beauty. That is the beauty of our children. They anchor this convergence point where we can see and reflect. From them, we see ourselves, and it allows an expanded state of awareness where we see, look, maybe this is where I'm still tripping up. And hey, do I really want to pass that forward? Look at my reaction right now. Why am I being triggered by my kid? Where is this coming from? There's and all triggers in all relationships, because it's so beyond just that with your children. What is the exemplar? What are we modeling for the future generations, whether or not you have a biological child in this lifetime? This is our future. This is what we're bringing forward. This is what we came here to do. And this is why I know Vivian always says, stay in your light. It's not just like it. That is such an expansive statement. It's not just, okay, I'm just going to stay in my light, right? There's so many layers of that. But I feel like, with everything you're saying, the first one is that awareness. Look at you. Look at where's that coming from, because it's never from the other. It's always coming from you first.
I love that. Julie, thank you to be such an amazing, not only an amazing human being, a woman, a mom, but also an amazing emissary of light. And I love how you anchor everything. If there are just two things to remember from our brief exchange, and yet so meaningful and impactful today, it's first is it is time to gather the multi-generational of star seeds, all the one you call the star children and the earth children. It is time to return to each other, tribal energies, returning into council of gathering, sitting down with each other, being able to enter into each other's reality. Have you ever experienced the ability to project through out of heart compassion with a hint of curiosity to learn to know, and from a higher mind opening perspective to understand the journey of your grandparents, your ancestors? I've never known them. It's okay. You can still do that because you're a multidimensional being. Just to feel. I wish to understand and feel and experience what does it feel like to walk in my ancestors' shoes. What is it they came through? What aspect am I still carrying to this day? What my grandparents were, whether you know them or not, whatever they were on the 3D personality self, understand beyond behavior patterns, faults, or loving, or whatever relationship you had. Feel the same with your parents. I was adopted. Well, those who adopted you are your parents because it's part of the soul agreement. Remember, there's many ways to become a parent. The magical part aspect of it, you can also connect to it to understand the different facets of your being. What about your children, your grandchildren? Have none. Well, the children of the world, the children you've ever encountered, the inner child within you that is still the bridge between this earth reality, this Mother Gaia conscious energy, and the energy of the universal presence in you. So let's regather, let's bridge again the multi-generational star seed of the star children. And number 2, as a takeaway, is the more you heal your heart, the more your heart is strong, free of the heavy burden of your past mistake or past experiences, wounds, events, situational, whether it's parallel life known as past life, whether it's on a solar akashic level, whether it's the wound of the planet herself for the human global consciousness, galactic memories, whether it's from what took place, growing up, especially upbringing. Allow your heart to restore itself to its original, beautiful, strong, divine conduit of light and wisdom that it is. When your heart is free and you have learned the lessons and earned the wisdom that your soul has come to learn and grow from it, imagine living as an adult, a guardian, a conscious human being, a universal child, a multidimensional being, because you are all of that you are. And to feel like my heart now is strong and no longer allow my heart string to be pulled on so easily. I no longer give up my inner peace to anything that seems to frustrate me, or what I'm listening to, or a technical issue, or something that seems to have gone in other directions. I am being mindful of how much of my inner peace I give up, and allowing your heart to be strong as a conduit and intelligence, opening the chalice of this universal infinite knowledge that your soul has, and be in alignment with it. And imagine how we can change the planet, breaking the bondage of karmic obligations, soul contractual agreements, differences between generations. Feel like there's more walls between generations. We no longer understand each other. Those are illusions. Let's come back together. Let's bridge that. Let's understand your soul ancestry, your star origins that is so vibrant within you, with your emotional stability, maturity, opening the field to your higher aspect of you as conscious co-creator, co-manifester, and conscious guardians, whether it's for loved ones, yourself, Mother Gaia, nature, the animal kingdom, the other sentient life coexisting with you, the entire ecosystem of this planet, just starting there. And then we can talk about the universal mechanics and quantum mystery and, all kind of knowledge that is available to you. But first, let's get you back into that stability, that conscious intelligence, and a heart coherence. And everything else will be available to you. We can assure you that. So these are really huge takeaways, and how make a difference to understand that your children are also ancient ones who have returned, and they have a soul, very specific soul journey to come. So how can we support each other in the soul journey that complement each other? And we talk about quantum entanglement. Everything is intertwined. The great web of life, this universal tree of creation that we are part of. So taking a deep breath and to see, today I step into the freedom of my heart and unlocking the seeds of my soul and all that I am. And then I can be an example. Then I can understand my children or those around me, and generations of those before you, and those who will continue once your mission is complete. Remember, it's all interconnected. If that makes sense.
Yeah. I step into the freedom of my heart, into the seed of all that I am. And yeah, it's all interconnected. And I mean, we would love to have you on the show for a longer time, but lucky for all of us, these conversations will continue. And one of such places happens to be in Hawaii, my hometown.
Yeah.
So I'm very excited to share that Vivienne Chauvet is going to be co-hosting this beautiful gathering that will take place next year, July 9th to 11th, 2027, in the iconic Waikiki, Hawaii, on the island of Oahu. More information to come. But I mean, this is already a very potent introduction of what you may expect.
Yeah.
And the beauty of this is what makes this gathering unique. I call this the Star Family Gathering because why? It's because of the word family. Yeah, family is not just our biological family, but this event is dedicated to that. Bring your whole family. We want your children there. And the elders, of course, they belong here too. And then it's also our cosmic family, because it's time for our star families to gather. And also intergenerations, whether they belong in your bloodline or not, it's time for all of us to gather. And let's not forget Indigenous, the Indigenous Wisdom Keeper. There will be Indigenous Wisdom Keeper, of course, from Hawaii, but I'm hoping from other lineages as well. So stay tuned and thank you. Oh my goodness. So grateful for your powerful transmission today, Vivienne.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You're so very welcome. It is such a, it is such a pleasure. And I am here to really to oversee this most important reascension time cycle, and we will continue in many ways. Thank you, Julie. Thank you, Neil. Everyone here listening and will be listening with an open heart. We appreciate you. Stay in your light, and I want to be mindful. I know there's a schedule, so much love to all of you. And as always, and it's a privilege to be with you.
Thank you,
Such a
Vivienne.
privilege to be with our Mother of Light, Vivienne.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Phew, beautiful.
Oh my goodness. I'm still like, my
was,
cells are like vibrating right now.
Yeah, what an amazing stream of consciousness in regards to just like that dynamics of the karmic cycle, how we choose our incarnations on Earth, and then also how to accept and love certain things and create conditions in ourselves to accept and love ourselves. One thing that kept coming up for me a lot as I was listening in the background, and then you mentioned on it as well, is self-awareness, right? Like, and that's what needs to happen on the parental level, across the board in all types of archetypal mother-father stuff, is to be aware. And then how to have these intergenerational conversations. Most people can't, because a lot of times they're projecting, they're judging the next generation, or, and or they have unhealed parts of themselves that isn't able to sit down at a table and be like, well, it's kind of funny, this is what happened to me, and this is how what I learned from it is changing for you, but here's some wisdom from your elders without any attachment. You know what I'm saying? So here it is. But I love that whole concept, because in indigenous communities you do see that. You see
I,
where
I
the
want to anchor this. I want to anchor this on a global scale, like
I
into
love
our
it.
planetary grids. Like all families should be having these conversations. Can you
Yeah.
imagine how different our world will be, where we're not externalizing all of our triggers, all of our karmic patterns, the generational wounding into the world? The political leaders of this world, the people who are building large corporations in this world, if we all
Mm.
come from that place, what kind
Right.
of planet would this be?
100%. Are you familiar with kava, the root kava?
Oh yeah, you know where
Okay,
I
so
live.
yeah, but it's a Polynesian thing. Hawaii, I know, has connection to it as well. But the ancients, ancient people, not too ancient, not even too long ago, really, they would have drink kava around the fireplace at nighttime ceremony. All the generations, the grandparents, the parents, uncles, aunts, friends, and the children, and it would create that looseness within them where they didn't have the inhibition. They transcended the inhibitions to have these communications openly without projection, and it was the
Mm.
perfect thing for them to do. I don't know, like in Europe, it was the Amanita muscaria mushroom. They did the same thing
Mm.
where they would have the solstice. They would drink the mushroom tea that came out of fermented urine from the deer. Just gonna throw that in
Oh,
there,
really?
and then they would drink that, and then they would have a psychedelic experience where they would sit with their families to reset themselves in the long dark winter to get ready for the summer and in the springtime. So we see this use, and specifically talking about the plant medicine usage here, but they were doing it in a way to break down their barriers, and have a conversation where they weren't projecting or angry. It's almost like in a relationship. Have you ever had this with a partner where you're like, all right, we have all these issues with each other. Today is a safe space. Everything we say in this container can't be used against the other person. and you can say whatever we feel, and we're not gonna take it personally, we're gonna deal with it,
Yeah.
So it's happened before, we can
Mhm.
get back there again.
I fully agree with you. And how beautiful, maybe we can co-host something like that for the Hawaii retreat.
Yeah, like a mass ayahuasca journey. I'm just kidding.
No, no, not Aya.
We'll
I
smoke the
was,
water. No, I'm just kidding.
I mean,
Well,
kava, or
okay,
maybe
like
just
let's
some
just get into.
cacao.
We don't need cacao's
No.
great. We don't need. Oh yeah, we do that all the time with cacao.
Yeah.
We don't
Yeah.
need the psychedelics anymore because the vibration of the planet is at a level where we have access more than ever. And psychedelics used to be our Yeshua, our Moses, our Muhammad. There were prophets that were giving us insight when the veils are thick. The veils are
Yeah.
thin now, right? We have more access than ever.
And if you have a whole bunch of light beings gather with their children in a sacred place with the right intentions, oh yeah, any
Oh yeah.
substances is not required.
Oh yeah. They
Yeah.
just, especially when they like a little child that giggles or like laughs, or like you're just having a conversation, you can't just help but melt in that moment,
I know. That's one of the most blessed gifts that
Yeah,
a child can ever bring into our world is their
yeah.
laughter.
Oh, 100%.
Mm, yeah.
All right, are we ready for our next speaker?
Yes, more, please.
How about this? I'm gonna step away for a second, and you take the reins. And would you like to just lead everybody in a couple of clearing breaths, and then bring on Susie?
Yes,
Let's
I'm
do a little
definitely ready
reset.
for that.
All right, it's all
Yeah,
yours.
right. Yeah. Okay. So I mean, we just went through a very profound transmission. I get it. So maybe everybody just like loosen it up, like just shake our arms, shake our legs. If you want to stand up and stretch and like shake everything up a little bit, that's always nice to just get back into our body. Yeah. And just take some deep breaths, full belly breaths, full heart breaths. and let it all out. Another one of those. Deep belly, deep heart. Let it all out. And speaking of laughter, let's lighten it up before we bring on the next speaker. I'm going to tell you the mom joke of the day. Okay, get ready for this, everyone. So lately, my son's preschool's been getting plants into their classrooms. That's just so beautiful, right? Incorporating Mother Nature. And being in Hawaii already, they spend a lot of time outdoors. So he spends probably like at least half of the day playing outside. And so they incorporated plants and then they incorporated goldfish. So one of the exercises that the class did was naming the fish. So, and my son was telling me this, and I asked him, what would you like to name the fish? He's like, just fish. I'm like, okay, so the fish would be called fish. He's like, no, Mom, it's capital just, capital fish. That shows you a little bit of my son's personality. And coming back to our program of the day, I am so excited to bring on Susie Miller. Now, Susie, one of the places that I connected with her is through the popular podcast, Telepathy Tapes. And she is a visionary speaker, multidimensional communicator, integration specialist, and author of the seminal book, Awesomeism, A New Way to Understand Autism. As a pediatric speech language pathologist and founder of Blue Star Education and Research, Susie collaborates with scientists, educators, therapists, inventors of new technologies, and has mentored professionals and parents for close to 3 decades on how to support the integration of vibrationally aware individuals, including those diagnosed with awesomeism. Awesomeism. She is a speaker on multiple podcasts relating to evolving consciousness and the roles who are diagnosed on the spectrum play in human evolution. She's currently offering monthly energetic balance sessions to navigate these changing times. And in addition to her New World Portal community, she is now the go-to for understanding and living the new human experience. And perhaps that's why we're all here. Aloha, welcome, Susie. Such an honor to have you here. What lights you up today, Susie?
Oh my gosh. Well, right now, I'm actually in Maine. So that's lighting me up quite a bit. You know, like certain places on the planet just feel more resonant to each one of us. And so that is lighting me up on a very personal level. But as far as this community is concerned, and the autism community, I think what's really lighting me up is just seeing what's happening more collectively for this population, and the fact that it's becoming easier and easier as we're all collectively evolving. It's beginning to become much easier for this population to be here. And after 30 years of working with them and watching them really struggle with that, really struggle to be embodied and bring all that they are to this world, it's just so heartwarming to know that things are shifting enough now on all kinds of different dimensions and in all kinds of unique ways that are allowing them to be more present probably than I've ever seen before. So that's definitely lighting me up.
When you say them, I'm assuming you're talking about those who are in the awesomeism community.
Yes, yeah. So them to me is always that collective consciousness that is diagnosed with autism, or the collective consciousness of that higher field, their consciousness. That's them to me. Yeah.
Yeah. So tell me, because you've been in this field for so long, what's giving you the most hope and inspiration these days working with the awesomeism community?
Well, I think, again, I have the advantage of having multidimensional sight, as you mentioned. So I'm seeing this in a lot of different realms and realities. But right now, it's what's going on at an astral plane level. So I've worked, like I said, for 30 years with this population, and it's always been very hard for them to interface with the astral plane, especially that lower astral realm. And to me, I don't know if this is true across the board, but to me, that astral plane is really about, it's where collective humanity kind of sends their thoughts and their feelings and the things that we can't quite process ourselves will project out, especially into the lower astral plane. And for that reason, as many of these kids have been trying to integrate, they're working their way in from the subtle realms to the more 3D, denser realms. But when they were hitting that astral plane before, they would bounce right back off. They would go back up and out because it was the frequency was too dense for them to interact with. And just within the last few months, it's all of a sudden we're seeing in the astral plane where this collective consciousness is starting to create a frequency of love in the astral, which that has huge ramifications, Julie, not only for them, but for us as well, because if that's where we've sent all of our projections and that's where all of our heavier stuff is, and if that field is beginning to morph and change, then we as human beings are starting to light up, but they're also able to make their way all the way down through so that they can more fully hold the light that they are in the bodies, in the physical bodies, and the physical domain that they have. That's big. That's huge.
So the more we clear our own stuff, the more we can have this self-acceptance, self-love, the less density we're projecting onto the astral fields, the more these awesomeism children and others in that community can work with that field. And then the more self-love and acceptance we can also send to ourselves. What a beautiful cycle this is, guys. This is very exciting news.
It's so amazing. And when I was listening to you talk to Vivian beforehand, it's this, again, this opportunity to be present to what arises within each and every one of us and be mindful, responsible for loving that part of ourselves that's coming to the surface. Again, that's just continuing to clear out that astral realm. And the more that clears, whether it's from the kids being able to be in that field or that consciousness being able to be in that field and helping to clear it, you might say from higher frequencies in, or whether we're going from the lower frequencies and clearing it out, we're meeting in the middle now. This opportunity to meet in the middle and connect in ways to this population that, maybe some of us have had access to for a long time, but it's always been for the general population to begin to make that connection. And we're right on the precipice of that, which is really exciting.
How do we support that? How do we support the general population in making those connections? Do you have any insights?
Yeah, I mean, I think it goes hand in hand with some of what you were just sharing. We just need to be responsible for what arises within us. And by being responsible, I don't mean making ourselves wrong or bad for what arises. I mean, letting it come to the surface, feel it, be present with it, have a little love, compassion, and understanding for the fact that every single person on this planet has been conditioned in one way or another through not just this incarnation, but multiple incarnations. And so what's arising isn't arising because we're wrong or bad. It's arising because that's what we've been conditioned to. And it's just asking for our love. And the moment that we meet it with love, we meet it with compassion, it dissolves, it disintegrates. And so many people will say, well, why does certain patterning come up over and over and over again? I said, it's a gift that it comes up over and over again. It's just asking us, can you love me now? You know, can you meet me now? Can you be present with me now? And the moment we are, the moment it dissolves. And I'm a firm believer that every single person who does their own work and can love their self with less conditions is doing something just amazing for humanity. And it's the very thing that we can do in our own homes, you know, in the privacy of our own relationships and those dynamics. We do that, and we are adding to human evolution. We're absolutely also adding to the ability of those diagnosed with autism to be more present here. They always say, we can't be here until here is the frequency of love. And so, but what does that mean? It means that the more of humanity that can actually love themselves through these different experiences or these different triggers that arise, the more we're able to love ourselves through that, the more this is the frequency of love, the more this is new earth or a new world, and they can meet us there. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. And that's just one of the gifts that they bring. This awareness that I mean, it's bringing self-love. It's reminding us how important it is, and that the more we can do our own work, the more that they can come in and do the work on a planetary scale. And so in your work, is there anything else that you've been noticing in this? I mean, times are just like like energetics, like on a collective level, on an individual level. I feel like it's just even since yesterday, I've probably had 17 different lifetimes. Right. And so, yeah, so I want to get the updates, like the intel.
Yeah. Well, you know, I think that first we have to go back and look at why is it so challenging for this population to be here in the first place. And we already talked about here is not quite yet the frequency of love, you know, on a grand scale. But the other thing that I think we want to take into account is a lot of the souls that ultimately get a diagnosis of autism, they've come from all kinds of different vibrational places and spaces and dimensions and realities. And so, you know, if you are not from here, literally, if you're not from here, and yet you're holding a much broader vantage point of consciousness, it's going to be very difficult to be here in a body with that vast scope of information and awareness. And so I think that one of the things that is happening right now, it's not just that these kids can more easily be here, but they can more easily share the multidimensional reality that is their daily lives. You know, they're able to communicate that more, to share that more. This is huge because, you know, we're all hybrids, you know, to one degree or another. We're all hold all kinds of information that we might not have full access to yet. But what's happening for them right now is like all of a sudden, because we are all evolving and growing, they're able to, even if it's not through spoken communication, if it's through typing or spelling, they're able to literally say to us, this is my reality. This is what I know. I'm not just telepathic. I see things in this way. I know things in what I would call a field of oneness. Like I have awareness through the lens of a field of oneness, not through a lens of separation, which most people have been conditioned to. So as this is just becoming more and more available, I mean, oh my gosh, like we're getting to learn firsthand about what it is to be a multidimensional being, and the skill sets and the capacity and the grace that goes along with that, even the mindset that goes along with that. So it's, yeah, exciting times. And you're right. It's like, it feels like there are so many different things that are shifting in any given moment that, yeah, access to a lot right now.
From their perspective, because I know you work with many of these these light beings, multidimensional beings, from their perspective of oneness, what are some of the key messages that have been coming through for humanity?
Well, I think let's start with the basics, like just that we are all one, like not theoretically, but literally. So again, back to what we were saying a minute ago, what we do for ourselves, the way we care for ourselves, the way we talk to ourselves in our heads, the way we nurture ourselves as we're moving through various processes, it matters. We make it matter in wholeness, in oneness. And so I think we hear about things like oneness, and yet the application of it is very practical. It's very practical. What we do for ourselves, we do for the whole. The way in which we interact with another is the way we most typically interact with ourselves. So as we're getting better at interacting with ourselves from love, compassion, and understanding, we get better at interacting with humanity. And we need that. We need that. I think the other thing too is, as far as oneness is, and we heard this through the telepathy tapes, we can look at what's going on with this population and go, oh my gosh, they're amazing. Like they have telepathy, they have the ability to read minds or to know another's thoughts or know another's feelings. They have abilities to heal beyond time and space. There's all of these, and we can look at that and we can kind of put them on a pedestal and say, oh, look at what they can do, and abdicate our own empowerment. But one of the things that they say about that and about oneness itself is, if you all are looking at us as if we are superior, right? You'll miss the point. The point is that we're bringing reflections of what it is to live in a field of oneness, so that you remember that you can do that too. So that you remember that, before you were conditioned, before somebody told you who you were supposed to be, you had all of this interconnectedness. You had all of these capacities. And I think that one of the gifts, I know there are a lot of challenges, but one of the gifts at having a rising population that is diagnosed with autism is we're also getting a consistent reminder that, we need to drop some of the conditioning and really step into what their gifts actually are, because they're showing them to us every day, all day. They're waking people up who would have never gone down a more multidimensional or spiritual journey. Just by virtue of them being here and who they are, they're saying, okay, it's time to grow. It's time to evolve beyond separation. And for those professionals and parents who take that journey and let some of this population start to lead, where they lead us is like a magic carpet ride. Because I mean, I know in my own experience, from pediatric speech language pathologist to multidimensional communicator, I mean, how do you make that kind of leap? You know, how do you make that kind of jump unless somebody's right there to hold you and nurture you through it? And so that's what they're trying to do with everybody they're interacting with. Yeah.
Who helped you through your jump?
Oh, so many people.
Good.
So, I mean, Riley, for one, the very first, but when your world is going from a very kind of almost left-brained, very logical kind of consciousness to being blown wide open, you can't do that by yourself. You know, it's part of the reason I love working with professionals now, because hopefully we can, as they're being opened up, we can help normalize all of that very quickly and help that integrate. But yeah, Riley himself, so many of the kids that I've worked with since, different healers, different, you know, people who had skill sets that I was just developing at the time. The very fact that they were there. And I'm actually in Maine right now, which I, you know, started this conversation with. And this is such a sacred place for me because of that, because that's where all of this started. And really honoring all those people that, you know, helped me integrate, helped me learn how to help others integrate that kind of awareness. So.
Yeah, thank you for that. I believe there's so much courage and bravery in what you do, having a professional background and then going like multidimensional with it. It's not an easy transition. And for those of you who are not familiar with Riley, I believe Riley is the boy who was one of the children that you worked with, and he asked you to help him integrate his light body back into his physical body, right? Yeah, and that's when
Yes.
you were like, oh wow, okay, there's this different layer that I am capable of working with. And that oneness, you know, the reminder of oneness, what that truly means, because I don't want to bypass this. This is a word that is very commonly used in the consciousness community. And the insights that came from that, that's profound. Oneness is, we're not, you know, going out there to do a whole bunch of stuff for others, because that's how we contribute to the world. We have to do it for ourselves first, because it always starts within and then without, right? And then the second thing, telepathy tapes and the popularity and wow, superhumans, right? Telepathy, wow. These kids have superpowers, and yes, they do, and so do you. That's why they're here. That's why they're here. They came here to show you, everyone, your superpowers, not theirs. It's ours. And how those who work with them are also, and not just those who work with them. I mean, anyone who connects with them, who is open to it, of course, their parents, right, will have their awareness expanded just from that, just from those interactions. I mean, I shared this on another Portal to Ascension presentation recently, how one of my first connections to autistic children is through that podcast. And it's just from listening to that podcast, within 5 minutes, I kid you not, 5 minutes, I was just in tears, just full on the ground, like bawling my eyes out, because I was just feeling their frequency is just beyond this world. And then it hit me. this is what they're here to share. Just without even hearing any of the kids speak within, the first few minutes of this podcast, it's like they weren't even featured yet, but their field was already there. And they're like, we're here to share this love, this immensity of pure love with the world.
Mm.
Yeah.
It is. I just, I think that, what the telepathy tapes did so brilliantly is it just opened up this amazing, awareness that this population that everybody thought was not in there, that they're not only are they in there, but they're demonstrating things to us that we never would have seen, we never would have seen as obviously without somebody kind of documenting that like Kai Dickens did. So I think that I think that this speaks to something broader too. So often we look at ourselves or we look at others and we perceive that experience as we're just human, we're limited, we're this. And then you look at this population realizing that they're the ones that are helping to expand our consciousness. This is just, I just think the whole thing is so beautifully designed. It's so beautifully oriented so that we can literally wake up to the fact that those that look like the least among us, like they can't do this or they can't do that, or they're limited in some ways, are actually the ones that are holding this vibrational space for us, this vibrational energy for us. And the more we open up to it, the more we're, able to remember that that's inside of us too. So, yeah.
I love how I'm hearing this cat meow in the background.
I know, I'm hearing the cat in the background too. It's like
this,
he's like
this
coming
beautiful
in.
Syrian,
Like,
Syrian
he
connected
just kind of walked
being.
through. Yeah.
Yeah, 'cause she knows.
Yeah.
She's chiming in. She's giving us her transmission because she's acknowledging there's so much
Yes,
beyond
exactly,
what our human
exactly.
minds
Yeah.
are capable of, and
Yeah, and
exactly what they're here to remind us. And even, and I love how she brought in all the science stuff, but the to navigate the challenges of
Mhm.
like what is substantial in a scientific sense and things like how do you do that when it's something that's so beyond substance?
Well, and this is one of the things that if you live with this population, if you interact with these individuals on a regular basis, your consciousness evolves. There is no way around it, because if you're spending all day, every day with somebody who holds a higher vibrational field than yours, one of the very first things that happens is all of the triggers that keep you from being in the same vibrational place as that individual, they all come to the surface, right? And so, and again, it's not to make anybody feel bad or blame them or shame them. It's literally, here I am in this vibrational field. I'm a vibrational field of oneness, right? And then, usually the parents are existing, or the professionals or the other adults in the world are functioning in some degree of conditioned separation. But that individual diagnosed with autism is standing right there, just being themselves, just being who they are, which is vibrationally going to bring up to the surface all of the things that don't let us be in vibrational harmony with them. And if we'll love and have compassion for those pieces, all of a sudden we get to see more of who we are in truth, simply by being in their space. And we all know that we see what we see with. So if we're looking at somebody and perceiving them as less than, very often it's because we've been conditioned to see ourselves in the same way. But as we start attuning to their vibration, the more we attune to that vibration, the more we start seeing them as they actually are. We see them as that bright light, that beautiful being, that expanded field of consciousness that they have always been. We just now grew into it. And this is when things get really fun because, there's nothing better than seeing a parent be able to truly see their autistic child, not just for their physical challenges or perceived limitations, but to really begin to see, oh my gosh, this is the consciousness of my child. This is what this soul has brought to this planet at this time. And you get families starting to honor each other on that level. I mean, how can that not help humanity? How can that not help the field of oneness? Yeah.
Let's anchor that in, Susie.
Okay.
That is powerful, not just for parents or those who work with children with diagnoses of any kind, for all parents and for all of our interactions with children in general. This is precisely, thank you for just, this is precisely why this event was created. Thank you very much. And this is why, at the beginning of the event, go back to day one if you haven't had a chance to see it. We had on Mary and Luke and Nancy and Alex, two young adults who are autistic. And the mothers embody that.
Yes.
And I wanted everyone to witness that. I wanted everyone to see beyond the physical limitations and truly experience what it's like to be in that field of frequencies. And it's the same thing that it's so profound. We get triggered by our children every day, and every trigger is a sweet reminder of the parts of ourselves that needs to be loved. Hello, everybody who have been doing inner child work for eons and eons. This is it. Every trigger, especially that by a child, is a very sweet reminder. That is precisely the part of you that is calling for more love right now. Yeah, because there's no other.
No.
The child is only mirroring what it is that you need to see within yourself.
Yeah. And one of the practices on a very practical level that I really like, Julie, is to, what is my child doing? And again, autistic or not, it's every child, like you say, it's almost like they're custom designed to trigger us in that way because, they have our biology, we've nurture and nature, right? It's like they're custom designed for that. And each generation is trying to break the patterns of the lineages, that we've been holding for some time. But I love this process of one, like, what is my child actually doing? Like what that trigger comes up, what is my child actually doing? Sometimes with an autistic individual, they're screaming at the top of their lungs, or they're literally banging their heads against the wall, or they're pulling and picking at themselves. Let's say that. And then let's gently, ever so gently turn that back in. And where am I banging my head up against the wall? Where am I picking at myself? Where would I like to scream at the top of my lungs? Like, just stop already. And that's very often, that's a huge aha moment for parents. I think another one is okay, all of a sudden my child is now 12, and they were just these lovely, calm children. And now all of a sudden they're 12, 13. And oh my gosh, I'm getting triggered at the behaviors or the things that are coming up. again, it's like they're a particular age. What was happening in our lives when we were 10, 12, 13, whatever age that child is, being able to turn that back in and going, oh, well, that makes perfect sense. And now we're collaborating with the healing of the lineage. We're not just, again, continuing the projection. So these kinds of things where, can we turn that back in, again, not to make ourselves wrong or bad, but just, where was I when I was that age? Because it's very likely, almost 99% of the time, it's like, oh, I understand what they're mirroring. I understand what they're reflecting. And how loving and kind is that, both for ourselves and for, our children, autistic or not? How kind is it to not project that on them and have them carry that? One other thing I will say about autistic individuals is part of the reason they don't fully embody, at least not initially, is they don't want to be here to receive that conditioning that most of us get within the first 7 years of our life. So I'll see many autistic individuals who maybe they don't start talking, or they don't start communicating. They don't start regulating their bodies until after that first 7 years of life. And, why is it taking them so long to communicate? Why is this what's taking them so long? Because they don't want to be here conditioning up, which also helps the lineage shift out of whatever conditions have been placed upon it.
Thank you. Yeah, I hear you. And I feel like perhaps we may have answered this question, but it seems important to give it voice right now. And Natalie in the audience asked, this might be a silly question, but why can't they all communicate more to others so that the general population can just hear them loudly?
Because if they just communicated, then we wouldn't have to do our own work to hear them, and we wouldn't lean in to hear them. I remember working with a young man who was about 16 at the time, and he kept saying to me, Susie, I want to be a better communicator. And I immediately I put my old speech pathology hat back on, and I was like, oh, that means you want to talk. And he said, no, he goes, most 16-year-old boys, people don't listen to, especially if they're trying to say really profound things. But the fact that people have to lean in, they have to slow down, they have to listen, they have to watch me type out or spell out what I want to share. The fact that all of that has to happen gives my voice or my spelling more impact in the world. And I just loved that, because I understand how frustrating it can be, especially for a parent who just wants to communicate with their child. Every parent wants that. But the very fact that we can't easily communicate with this population makes us slow down. It makes us be more introspective. It also makes us become much more intuitive. We use skill sets around somebody who can't communicate that we don't use when we can just ask them the question. Our intuition gets heightened. Our ability to really start stepping into our own multidimensional capacity happens naturally and organically. Yeah, simply because they can't. Yeah.
Yeah. And there's limitations to words. There's limitations to speaking. When I was a kid, I hated talking. I absolutely hated talking. And I remember why. It's because I saw as a kid that adults never matched their words. So I didn't even want to bother. I'm just so tired of it.
This population has said that a lot, Julia. Like they say very often, like, why would I want to slow my vibration down enough to verbally express when, one, we use words to hurt each other, and two, very often the word that's spoken and the vibration that's behind it are two different things altogether. So it's also really confusing for somebody who's learning to verbally communicate for the first time. I had one young man say to me, the word happy and the vibration of sad that's underneath that. Oh, I'm happy. I'm really happy. But the vibration underneath it is like, I'm sad, I'm confused, I'm overwhelmed. Those two don't go together. So am I getting the right words? They would literally say, I'm not sure I have the right word, because the word happy does not go with the vibration of sad. And so which word am I supposed to be saying? Which word am I actually supposed to be sharing? So they're like, nope, I think telepathy will work, or spelling will work, or some other means of communication.
That's such a good point. Yeah, wow. Okay, well, I feel called to ask right now that for those who are in a profession where they feel like they could make a difference in the community of children with on the spectrum, neurodivergent, whatever, what would you recommend to them that could bridge that? Because you took the brave step to go that path. And I know there are those out there who have that same kind of inspiration and passion.
Yeah, there's so many now. It's really wonderful to see that there's more and more people that, they know that this population has something really amazing to offer humanity. And I think, one, stay curious, stay open, consider that this population has something to offer us, and be willing to learn from them, not just offer them what we think we're there to offer them. And this is where I hear this all the time, where people maybe who had less training, you might say, in autism, or this is what's supposed to happen, this is what's not supposed to happen. I think that when we meet anybody and genuinely, like, I don't know who you are, but I'd really like to get to know you. I don't know what brought you to this moment, but I'd really like to understand that. The more open we are to people, whoever they are, the more they're going to share themselves with us. And with the autistic population, there is just so much there to share that we will never get to see unless we're just curious and assume that one way or another they are going to share their capacity with us, provided we're just open enough to receive it.
Yeah, wow. That's where it all starts, guys.
Yeah.
Just be open to receive, not necessarily do first, to receive what they are here to show us. And then I feel like the path will arrive, just like how it did with Susie, right? And Riley.
They can take us on such an amazing ride. And it's not one that most of us would even know that we could choose. Like, it's not, as a pediatric speech pathologist or as a professional in any way, we're kind of going, oh, I think I want to like open up to multidimensional sight or telepathic communication. It happens naturally and organically, especially when our heart spaces are just, again, opening to truly knowing somebody, not just projecting what we think we know, or letting somebody teach us instead of thinking we're the wise ones and that we're the ones that can teach them. So
beautiful. Thank you. Thank you so much, Susie, for sharing this. It's just so insightful. Your experience, your journey has added so much to the community, and I know that you will continue to give us the updates on what's happening. And I know you mentor those who are interested in working with the community. And so check out Susie's website for more information. If you sign up to her email list, she will let you know when those programs will open up as well. Thank you again. I'm so honored to be in this space with you and to give voice to a community that do not necessarily use their voices until we are all ready to to fully love ourselves, and we are all ready to express our voice with truth and purity. That's then they'll be ready to use their voices with us. And wow, by that time, who knows? Who knows what's going to happen? Wow. I'm excited for that day to come. And I know that will happen sometime in my lifetime.
It will indeed. I have no doubt about that. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes. And I've asked Susie to come to Hawaii. So we'll see. You may be one of the speakers in this Hawaii convergence.
Thank you.
For now, thank you again. And I am excited to invite our next speaker, someone who is also bridging the realm of sound healing and education. And I know David Gibson, our next presenter, he has worked with autistic children as well, and in a different way with his gifts of sound healing. And just wanted to give some background to David. David Gibson is the founder and director of Globe Sound and Consciousness Institute, offering state-approved certificate and degree programs in sound healing and therapy since the 90s. He is the author of best-selling book, The Complete Guide to Sound Healing, and leading producer of sound healing music. Through the Sound Therapy Center, David offers 15 types of sound-based treatments, both in person and online. He has produced 3 international, I feel like you've probably produced way more now. He produces international sound healing conferences and founded the Sound Healing Research Association to help bring sound healing into mainstream. It's used in homes and hospitals. He has a background in physics from the University of California, Berkeley, and brings a scientific framework to understanding how sound affects mind, body, and spirit, exploring binaural beats brainwave entrainment for over a decade now, and released more than 35 albums focused on relaxation, healing, emotional balance, and spiritual connection. And another thing that I know about David is that he is passionate about reimagining and creating the system of education. And he has taken actual steps towards that direction. So I would love to hear more about that and how he has created this whole curriculum for all ages, has implemented that through, the families that has followed him and working with them with this curriculum that is based on sound healing and sacred geometry. Welcome, David. Thank you. It's so nice to have you here. How are you doing today?
Great. It's what a pleasure to be here. This is such a great conference.
Yeah, thank you. Such a pleasure to have you. Tell us more. What's lighting you up with sound healing, with children, with schools?
I'm kind of so excited I can hardly talk. It's like I'm seeing a new educational system in detail now. So let me tell you. So I started out, I've had the Sound Healing College now, which is the only college in the whole United States for sound healing for 25 years. We've got over 20 instructors. We've had over 5,000 students, and it's a detailed program on how vibration works in the universe and how to work with your life and such. And then about almost 10 years ago, I got a grant for $100,000 to take our entire curriculum into 2 Montessori schools. And we now spent about 10 years creating over 2,500 exercises for kids from 3 months all the way up to 18 years, all based on the 30 books that we've read on brain development for kids at every age group. And so it's that program is all based around sound and vibration and geometry and emotional expression. But now we're getting massive grants, all that we need to expand this into every subject matter. So it's not just sound. Sound is really important, and it's not just crystal bowls and such. It's really a lot of doing sound, like even body percussion. Ooh, oh, ah, oh, ooh, oh, ah, oh, right? And actually doing the different vowels and ooh, long vowels or even short vowels. Ooh, 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 right? It's all about regulation and peace. The basis of all sound healing is the difference between chaos and stable, consistent vibrations, which are peace. I might have a little noise on my voice here from my computer, but it's like the difference between or right. So peace is the whole deal, and peace is critical for better focus, more social emotional health. It's really the main deal to be able to actually move forward in education and create an environment that's really conducive to learning. So that whole component, we've got 2,500 exercises already done, and every one of those exercises has the actual research from the books on brain development right next to it. So we can see exactly what it's doing for the actual child. But now it's kind of gone off the deep end. So let me share my screen and I'll give you kind of the overview here. Uh-huh. Okay, share screen, window, entire screen, one.
While you're sharing your screen, I just want to say congratulations. That is immense what you're doing, to have funding, to have the whole curriculum, to be making these kinds of movements into grounding, physical. Everyone, not just talking about a new paradigm education. You are grounding this work.
Yes.
Congratulations, David. Thank you for doing that.
Oh, thank you. Oh my God. So can you see my screen now?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes, a new
Okay.
education system.
Okay, cool. Okay, so what we've done is, well, first of all, here's our mission statement: a new educational system that brings peace into the classroom for better focus and social emotional well-being with science and math based on the laws of physics within nature, to create a more grounded and creative child ready to thrive and help change the world in positive ways based on their own special gifts and purpose in life. So we've got the problem, but we all know the problems in school. The biggest problem is that 25% of all kids are made out to be failures when they fail the test. And that's just horrible. That means drugs or crime, especially therapy the rest of your life for not feeling good enough about yourself, right? It's so wrong. We got to find their gifts and really resonate them. Right? So we've got multiple aspects, and the one I talked about is more peace. So we get better focus, better physical and mental, emotional health, healthier relationships, and a more peaceful classroom. And then I'll jump forward here. And then the next component is, why are we learning this? I mean, when I was in school, it was like maybe 50% of it I understood or could guess why we were learning. 50%, I had no idea why we were learning it. And in fact, I bet a lot of the instructors, there's a certain percentage they didn't even know why they were teaching it. Maybe because it's just required on the Common Core test, right? I mean, what's the point? Why are we learning this? And I'm not going to lend a brain cell to something unless I really know why we're learning. I I was just last year doing a whole 6 months class with 3 to 6-year-olds online. And this 5-year-old asked, "What's the point of this?" And I'm like, yes. I never expected a 3 to 6-year-old to ask, but they're asking, and I was able to tell them exactly why. But also continuity of progression. You know, it's like you learn one subject and then you go into another classroom and you learn a different subject, and there's no continuity as to how all of this ties into the world or yourself or even a career. It's really all disjointed. So people totally get lost. Uh, So there's another component that we're doing that's really cool, and that is, I've come up with this whole hierarchy of vibration based on physics that is the structure of the whole universe. So you can look at it from a music perspective where you got frequencies, and a bunch of frequencies makes up a timbre, which is simply a sound. It's made up of a bunch of frequencies. The relationships of the frequencies and sounds are musical intervals, but then there's musical flow. Musical flow is generally rhythm and melody. And what I've realized is this framework of one, many, relationships, and change over time is the basis of all reality, not just music, but all reality. You can even look at colors where you got the three main core colors, the primary colors. You add those together, you get all the other colors. The relationship of those, like red to greens, like a musical interval, versus teal to purple is a nicer musical interval. And then you start changing color over time. You can even look at it in geometry where you got the circle and then you got a bunch of circles makes up the flower of life, which is all geometries in the universe. You can look at relationships between geometries and even spin them and change them. You can even look at it at the quantum level as far as intention. You've got one intention of love or love wisdom, or you've got an energy coming through the crown, out the heart, up from the earth, out the heart, a flow of energy, right? And so what I did is, this is unbelievable. So I went on chat and I said, give me every subject taught at every grade in every school in the world. And of course, chat goes, right, and does it. Right? And I said, okay, now apply this framework, what I call the hierarchy of vibration, the 4 levels of reality: one, many, relationships, and change, to every subject matter. And it did it. It's like, okay, here's history. History is one person. A group of people is a timbre. The relationships of people to each other and groups to each other is a musical interval, dissonant or not. And then change over time is history. It did it for math. It did it for geometry. It did it for every subject, chemistry, every subject. So, and it said, you now have a thread so that the students will know where they're at throughout the entire curriculum. And it will actually show them that the whole universe is a symphony, right? Okay, so now it's not separate subjects, it's a unified pattern everywhere. Right? and it makes it simple. And then we're working with the intellectual refinement, balanced curriculum for left and right brain, whole brain thinking. I mean, we really need to be able to see the forest and the trees. Most people are stuck in the forest and can't zoom out and zoom back in. But kids have neural pathways that are rampant when they're born, and it's only around 1 or 2 where they get trimmed back in the brain. And so we can keep this full range of neural pathways, which sees the whole. They're light beings. They're freaking light beings, right? Until they get inducted into our one step after another, reality. And so to be able to zoom out and zoom in, also math that's applicable. I still don't know why I learned all the math I learned in school, except to get my brain a little more logical and be able to follow logic, right? There's so many other cool ways I could have done that, especially based on nature. So let's teach math that's based on nature, that's applicable. I mean, it's like not only the golden mean and the Fibonacci, but just the way a wave curls over is unbelievably complex mathematically. And when you look at flow systems, you could even apply that to a business. And then memory training, the way they teach memory training these days is, no, you're wrong. You don't remember? Right? There's like really cool memory trainings where you like can memorize like thousands of things in a building by putting everything in a building. Like, let's teach these techniques instead of making people wrong, right? But also expanded literacy. We're actually, when you read, it's like you're singing. And let me put it this way. When you speak, you are singing. Everybody sings when they speak. It's the same when you're reading. And so we're teaching musical flow by doing body percussion and different vowels in rhythmic sequences. So when they start reading, they can actually look at whether the reading is flowing so they can zoom out to the meaning. Oh my God. Expanded creativity. Oh my, there's so much detail in it. Emotional awareness. It's really, really quite important. I had this 4-year-old in the class, and we're working with making the sound of how you're feeling, and we have to get them comfortable first making sound again, even though they had it down as babies, right? It's like when you around 2, it's everybody's like shh, shh, and you go to school and there's no more sound. So we lose that God-given ability to express ourselves. Right. So we got them comfortable making sound. We got them after a couple of weeks making the sound of how they're feeling. And this one 4-year-old, Krissa, she goes, "Can we do the sound of love?" And I'm like, "Oh yeah." And she's like, "Woo!" Right. Oh my God. It's so sweet. So sweet. And then 6 months later, I'm teaching a class for the Shift Network, and there's 500 adults in my class, all scared to death to actually make sound. And Chris's mom was in the class, and there was Krissa. She's now a graduate, right? 4 years old. I'm like, "Krissa." She's like, "Hi." I said, "Krissa, you want to lead these 500 adults with the sound of love?" And she goes, "Oh yeah." And did it. This kid will never, ever be afraid of expressing herself again. Also, since we're talking about autism, oh my God, one of the key things to work with autism is it's totally different at different levels on the spectrum, but to actually be able to use sound instead of words. Like you were saying, emotions, I mean, words suck when it comes to emotions, but sound is perfect. Right? So you teach them emotional expression with sound so they don't have to use words. And it's kind of fun too. Okay, so we got emotional expression, and then we're also tuning the exercises to the child. Detailed focus on finding every child's gift and purpose. And it's interesting. When I was working with chat, I was like, okay, what about designing the program for kids that are on the spectrum all the way up to geniuses, complete geniuses? Because I know actually, I was just working with this one woman. She dropped out of school because she was bored to death, right? And chat goes, don't label them. Don't put them in a box at all. All you do is you look where they're at and calculate the next lesson. It's like, and you do it step by step. So you go, okay, this is what you're excelling at. We've done five exercises, and these are the ones that you loved and were engaged, and you just develop it based on their interests and where we're the things that we would like to get across, right? Basically, we're moving them towards a balanced left and right brain. But a lot of kids are totally right brain, and they're made wrong for not knowing science or how to do math. And that's so wrong. They've got their incredible gifts over in their area. Now, we don't want to put them in a box so that they only stay there. I mean, I didn't start doing music till I was like 45 or doing albums, and now I've got 150 albums out. So we're not going to put them in the box. We'll move them and introduce them to other areas, right? But still, we're going to provide exercises that match their gifts as well. But here's a really important part. So when I worked with the Montessori school, I got indoctrinated in a really cool way, I should say, really cool way, as to exactly how Montessori works. And a lot of the exercises in Montessori are individual, so the kids can go at their own speed, which is so important. I have to let me just spin off here for a second. So I've got this my friend Gemma, who's been teaching kids with all types of disabilities and autism in a public school for 30 years now. And in that school, in all of the other classes from kindergarten to 6th grade, the kids are violent and wild and attacking the teacher. It's just it's crazy. It's like what you were talking about. In her class, they're 100% calm and engaged. And a lot of it I've found from talking to her in detail is because she's not putting them in a box as to where they're at. She said there's a guy in kindergarten that reads at 3rd grade level. And then they go into another class and they're like, oh, here's A and here's B. And the kid's like frustrated because he's ready to go, right? So it's really seeing where they're at and giving them the next step so they're never bored. And if they're overwhelmed, going back a step. So what we've created is the exercises have like 200 exercises that start from simple to incredibly complex. Let me give you an example here. So say you've got, let's see, let me stop sharing for a second. Let's see if I can figure out how to do it. Okay. Stop sharing. Okay. So say you've got body percussion, which we do a lot, right? So they could go 1, 2, 1, 2, right? All the way up to 16 spots on the body with different vowels, different consonants, different musical intervals. I mean, it's unbelievable how complex you can get with body percussion. And of course, they're totally in their body doing left and right brain because it's left and right movement. It's so good. And so they can go as fast or slow as they want. And then what we have is a circle that shows the 16 dots on a circle. And they can do 16 dots on the circle and do very complex stuff. And then after a while, a few years of this, when they've been really getting into it, we go, if you take the 8-dot circle and the 10-dot circle that you've been doing body percussion for a long time, and connect all the dots in the 8 dot and 10 dot circle, you get every sacred geometry in the universe. And here's the meaning of those sacred geometries. How do they feel to you? These are what they've been tapping on their body for years, right? So it's multi-dimensional learning from different perspectives. Also, we're doing like 5 spots on the body. One, boop, do, or ooh, oh, ah, oh, ah. And then we go, look at this flower. It's got 5 petals. Let's do 8 spots on the body. Do, 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 do. Look at this flower. It's got 8 petals. Did you know that most flowers have 5 and 8 petals? It's called the Fibonacci pattern. Let's talk about that. We also have the kids going out in nature and gathering things and putting them in 11 archetypal geometry boxes. These kids will never see nature the same because they're seeing patterns everywhere, which are the patterns that make up the whole universe, including their actual body. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay, I'm going to share my screen again. Okay. Okay, getting good at it now. One. Cool. Okay. So back to where we are. Okay, so we're tuning exercises to the child. They go as fast as they want. And we also have group experiences as well. Okay, so then here's a really important one. And that is to have every exercise be a blast, literally, at least engaging and interesting. I remember when I was in school, there was this one physics teacher. I couldn't wait to get to their class. Oh my God. I was like, I would not miss a class. And then there's other teachers that maybe 10% was interesting and fun, right? And I didn't want to go to those classes, right? Every exercise can be a complete blast, engaging, interesting. And we can even track this. In AI, I looked up all the things that make things engaging and fun or just interesting. And there's 15 things. So we can track this so that every exercise can be refined as we go to make it more engaging and fun. Let me give you an example. So we have a class with the 3 to 6-year-olds where we had a cymatics plate. A cymatics plate is a piece of metal and you put powder on it. And when you make sound into it, it creates different geometric patterns. We had that set up in Zoom so the 3 to 6-year-olds could tone any vowel, sing a vowel into the plate through Zoom and see their voices create different geometric patterns. You should have seen them. They were like, wow, wow, wow. Every exercise should be this way, right? And what this does is it makes it so no child is ever afraid of learning the rest of their life. They are now excited for their next learning experience forever. There is no gift more important than that for any kid. Right now, so many kids, because the whole environment in schools is competition. So many kids are scared to death to get it wrong. Even the really sharp kids, the top of the class kids, so to speak, they're even scared. It's crazy. It's so wrong and bad for the kids as well. Okay, so not only so I've kind of gone off the deep end in creating this happy environment. And what we've created are working on are worlds. Let me show you. Oh my God. So what we have here is a see if we can go full screen. Oh, good enough. Okay. We've got the world of the child. And and they are following who they are from kindergarten all the way up to when they graduate at all different levels. They've got their own little area. These are core purposes, human capacities that we are focused on when we got these in detail exercises that do these in detail. And then there's the exploration worlds where they learn all the different aspects that are taught in school. Now, in these exploration worlds, let me show you. Here are the exploration worlds. Oh my God, just look at this. So we've got all these different worlds that they can dive into. Let me zoom out for a second. Let me backtrack for a second. So there's my friend um, that actually is a neuroscientist at UC Med Center at UC San Francisco, actually. And he actually created a game for kids that has FDA approval for working with ADHD. And then there's Robert Grant, who created a whole game called Gaia's Game, which is this whole world that you dive into where you learn about geometry and nature and all types of things. It's like these worlds, when you go into a world and learn things in a world, it's so much more interesting, so much more fun and intriguing. It's like if I were a kid, I would go, oh, this is the curriculum. This is the curriculum. Let's go. I can't wait to dive into each one of these worlds. Let's go. Oh boy. Oh boy. Excited about learning, right? And it's like when you're in this whole world, instead of linear exercises, which is totally left brain mostly, now it's like you're enveloped and it's like the basis of Montessori. You create an environment where they discover the lessons themselves. But we're not talking woo-woo here. We're talking embedded in each of these worlds is all of the different exercises or test questions that are required for the SAT or to go to college if they want. So this is serious. We're actually embedding. So, oh my God. So this is where I'm at right now. What do we incorporate into a world? Let me show you, because this is where it gets really exciting. Right? So what I've got is I've already got 2,500 exercises, but that's just sound and geometry. We're going to expand it into all content, into all subjects taught. So what I did is, check this out. I said to chat, I said, give me every test question and objective for every grade and every subject for every school in the world. And it goes, oh, that's a big question. And it goes, well, this could be a little overwhelming. Let's figure out a system to actually figure out what exercises and test questions you want to incorporate into this world. And I thought, well, the first question is why? Why? Why are we learning it? And so it came up with a whole array of reasons why it's important. One could be just to go to college, but that's like kind of ridiculous sometimes. But if you want to go to college, it's important. So we then developed this whole system where we got the system that is the whys explain what it is to be a healthy and thriving human. And then the second system is like, oh, maybe you want to go to college. And then the third is you're definitely going to college. So you're working on those. Maybe you want to be a rocket science. We don't want to put people in a box and just have them be healthy, happy kids that can't do rocket science, right? So there's different levels. And so now we've got all of the different things that we've chosen for different levels for the outcomes that we're going to put into these worlds. And then in the world, they're going to learn mastery. They're going to learn about memory, reading. It's embedded in it. There's also personalization, where we follow where they're at. Oh, by the way, these worlds are not just on the computer at all. These worlds have exercises in the classroom, in nature. There's books. There's a full range of things. So it's not just on the computer, in case you're wondering. But we're still tracking where they are and diversifying. Helping them, again, what we were talking about with their gifts. Exactly. And then it goes from simple to complex, so they're never bored or overwhelmed. And we have all the human capacities that we talked about: creativity, conflict resolution, relationships, service. And then we'll track it so we can demonstrate the mastery. And there's the architecture, and then how the teacher is going to help with this, with everything based on why. So we take all of this, and I haven't even pushed the button. I'm scared to push the button. Once we have all of the outcomes for every school, and I've decided which ones I want to put in my school, right? And then we can go, okay, make a game that will teach everything. Oh, there's one other thing I should show you here. That's actually one of the most really important things for me. And that is, okay. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. So here we go. So in this world, we've come up with all these wisdom guides, which are sprinkled throughout. We're all connected. We're all one. Your perception creates your reality. No one ever hurts you. It's only your interpretation. You are a master. Hold on your own heart open. Question everything and watch out for your own ingrained patterns. Love yourself. Find the negative beliefs that you have about yourself and turn them around and make the sound of it, which is what we do in the class. Every experience, even trauma, is beautiful. It's never bad. It's for your growth and expanding awareness. Loving kindness is important. Do no harm. Take action when necessary. Attachment is the cause of all suffering. Zoom out to the ego view often. Never be afraid to travel the path alone, whichever way it might lead you. Do not feel you have to follow in someone else's footsteps. Right. So these are the different wisdom guides that I value. And it's really cool because we can say, okay, let's incorporate all of these into this actual world and into the worlds. So let's see, let's go back to here. Okay, here we are. Okay, so now we are incorporating these values, but oh my God, this is what's happening now. And it just happened last night, where I got this epiphany that is quite incredible. So I'm about to push the button for a chat to create all of these worlds. Once we've got every test question, every actually every purpose. Here's all of the purposes that we've come up with over the last 10 years: presence, coherence, consistency, self-expression, motor coordination, emotional stability, emotional engagement, emotional awareness, optimism, creativity. We got mental connection, brainwave entrainment, focus and concentration, whole brain synchronization, speech and language skills, analytical skills, spiritual connection, which we can call culturals to not freak people out, group synchrony, cultural awareness, spatial, and then sensory refinement, especially important for the young ones. It's really important, especially with those on the spectrum as well. So we got all of these, and we've actually taken the books on brain development and actually put the actual quotes from the research and science behind each one of these. And we have exercises. In the 2,500 exercises, we actually have them categorized exactly for what they're actually teaching as far as these outcomes and purposes, right? So we're taking all of those purposes, we're taking all of the test questions, we're taking our all this information and putting it in and creating the worlds. But here's the deal. What we're looking at now is we've got full on funding to create 30 schools in 30 countries and track it in detail. I had this guy that shows up, don't really have to get out of bed these days. He shows up at the door and he has spent 40 years creating a new reading curriculum for kids that's way better. He got it into every school in every major city in the US and even made a ton of money, and it's really effective, really successful. So he's mentoring me. He was on the board of the testing company for schools in the US. So he's mentoring on how to track what we're doing in the schools to show how effective it is for focus, peace is focus, and social emotional health, and all the details we've been talking about. So we can then go to the governments after a few years of having a private school in that country. We go to the governments and say, look, you can actually, you should implement this in every school in your country. For what it's good, my psychic friend said, for what it's worth, she said, 18 countries are going to take this on. But this is what happened last night, and I could hardly sleep because of it, is I got a download that we should set up a software so that they can actually choose the values and the history and all the information that goes into this world besides the test question, and even which test questions they want to include. So now we're not going to the world and say, oh, we've got the cool sound curriculum or whatever, right? We're going, here's a framework that will create worlds for you based on your values of what you want to teach in your country, which is really important. I mean, especially, you know, I mean, I have a country in Africa is going to be completely different than you know, Japan. And so this makes it so they can actually take it on and then dive into these worlds where it's much better learning capacity or just fun, just fun. So then we can actually even share worlds on a network, but we can also track what worlds are working and what things and exercises within the worlds are working very easily. And then, and so that they are common, always regenerating to make them even more effective. And then different countries share the worlds that they've come up with, because everybody's going to put in their values and criteria and get different worlds. And then we can actually start, you know, comparing worlds from other countries. Oh my God. It's like a whole system that will make it so every kid is just not only having a blast, but is completely excited the rest of their life. But here's one last thing I'll say. This right here is, they will actually be able to zoom in on any of these worlds when they graduate and see what they've learned in any area from kindergarten all the way up to graduation. So it's not like, what the hell? Why did I learn that? It's like perfectly clear why they learned it. And they see their entire school training that they can actually zoom in on and see. And so they're not lost. And then, oh my God, chat had a great idea. And then we go, what about creating your own world that you want to be in your life? You can see I'm a little excited. That's all.
No, that's just the beginning, brother.
Oh my God. Oh my God. It's like, oh my God. Imagine a child that is totally connected to nature, totally learning about the laws of physics from flow systems, which is the way nature works. Let's look at the river, right?
Mm.
And they're totally building their business based on nature, and they're totally connected. Oh my God. And then they're going to go out and teach their kids. It's going to be a whole different world. And it's so cool because it works from every level, from from whether they're on the spectrum all the way up to freaking geniuses, right?
Mhm.
It works at every level. So no one is, and we're now able to incorporate the kids with the disabilities in the regular school, so they don't feel stigmatized by being in a different school.
Right. Mhm.
And you
This is
go
weird.
exactly how fast you can go. You're never wrong.
I see infinite potentiality in this. If there's just like you said, like it keeps going, and yeah. And what I would also love to see is incorporating human consciousness into it too, perhaps even the input of children in designing these worlds. So I know you're working on this,
Mm.
like with your devotion and your time, right? Like, of course, AI has been tremendously supportive, and I can see it will bring it up to the next level if we can incorporate what children can bring to the design of this.
We're
Just a
working
thought.
on, I love it. We're working right now on an app that will actually entrain your brain into all the different frequencies that someone is at when they're one with the universe or doing universal love.
Mhm.
And so and we've learned that when you tune into multiple things at once, like sparkles on the water or all the sounds in a music or all of the aspects of a world, your brain goes out of the prefrontal cortex and the whole brain starts working. So, and that is exactly the state of theta, exactly where you are when you're one with the universe and unity consciousness. I've got one of my colleagues that can show where you're one with the universe by the actual EEG map. Right.
Mm.
So, oh my God, we can totally, and then just to totally work with the sound of love, right, from the beginning, and emotional expression so that they're able to express where they're at, without ever
Mhm.
being wrong. Oh my God. Oh my God. I just
I love it. I love it. Without ever being wrong. I feel like
right.
that is the biggest limitation that we experience
Yeah.
from the get-go. That we're judged, we're graded, we're judged. That just limits all of our potentiality, limits
Mhm.
our imagination, limits the real gifts. So there are a couple of questions from the audience, and so one of which is: do you already have instructors that teaches your curriculum online? So is there a place that folks can go and experience whatever curriculum you already have right now? Because I know you have launched some taster kind of sound healing curriculum on your website, right?
Yeah, we have 500 or yeah, about 500 exercises that you can actually download at soundeducationassociation.com. Sound
Yeah.
Education Association, and this is when we were doing the classes for the 3 to 6 year olds when it was all about sound, and then of course my guides and spirits said, "Bing, let's go through the whole universe," right? So
Right. And does it extend beyond 6-year-olds? Because that's what she's also,
oh, yeah,
that's what.
the Montessori school we worked with had babies all the way up to high school. It had the full range. So we've got exercises for all of them there. But, the main thing is to sign up on that site, Sound Education Association, you know, sign, uh, fill out your information, because we have meetings with people that are interested in helping. And you can imagine we need a lot of help. I mean, we need people to actually help design or finish these worlds. We need help actually going to countries and scoping them out where we're going to build the school. We need teachers. We need administrators. We need high level people to be able to keep track of all of this. I can hardly keep track of it. You know, AI is like, what's your problem? Right? And so we need a lot of help. And if you sign in, it'll include you in all the meetings that we're actually doing. So you can get involved.
And I
Amazing.
think you've kind of touched on this answer. Michael asked if your program is already accredited such that a school age child may attend this instead of a traditional school. So that's what you're working on right now. Is that
Yeah,
correct?
no, we don't even have the curriculum yet. I mean, I'm getting all the ducks, which are thousands of ducks in a row, to be able to say, okay, create the worlds. And then we got to go through these worlds and go, and the worlds are interactive with each other, right? So you might actually go and learn rhythm in one world and then go, okay, here's rhythm in the body, here's rhythm in the universe. You know, so it's very complex what we're creating. In fact, it's way more complex than my brain can even handle.
Oh yeah, it's huge. I mean, honestly, these worlds are their own universes, and one universe creates another universe, and it just keeps going on infinitely, right?
Right.
So to wrap it up, this is what my linear mind has put together with what you're creating. Okay, so you first realize that you can use sound in all other elements of curriculum and education, that it doesn't have to just be associated to just sound frequencies and healing. And then with that, you begin creating a new curriculum that then taps into all these different worlds that can take you into other levels of understanding. And I saw there was like the cosmos there was human consciousness, there was something about the body. So learning about earth, nature, ourselves, school elements. And then within that, you want to move away from competition to collaboration, because to see how we don't have to be, and for a while, innovation came through competition, but now competition cancels out progress in the world. That's where we've become.
Exactly.
And you realize that we make people think that they're a failure at such an early age that it creates that kind of mentality throughout life. So instead of looking at that, you're using these worlds to explore what your gifts are on every level of intellect, every level of consciousness, every level of spectrum, so that people could see what they could want to create in the world rather than being told what they can do.
Can we just pause and let me cry for a minute here? I love it. It's perfect. You just said it so succinctly. Excellent.
Yeah, it's beautiful, man. Yeah.
It's really, and I can see it's going to snowball like crazy, because it's so obviously so much better. And we're not saying, oh, we're doing sound. In fact, I don't even use sound healing. It's like we don't ever use that word, sound healing. You know, we said we got sound exercise, but it's peace. It's peace, and it's you know, we're going to see the output of kids that are so much healthier and so much more connected, and their minds, because they're not totally tuned into the left brain only. They're going to have a full way of working with the left and right brain balanced that is so much better for actually being creative. And that's so funny, because chat really locked onto this one, and where we're grading them based on service and how much they help others.
Oh, that's really cool. I love it.
Oh my God.
New criteria. That is amazing. Yeah, I love how you say the continuity of progression. I feel like that is so important, to track what we've done and how we're applying that to the real world. I mean, it's just so much of our education is precisely this disconnect from that. We learn and we don't know why we learn what we learn. So much of our spiritual learning, I feel, can also adopt this model, right? Like we have all this information, we do so much in our spirituality, and it's like, okay, are we really putting this into practice? Yeah, that's what just kind of came up to me when you were talking about that. I'm 100% behind your movement, as you already know. Yeah, I look forward to co-creating whatever it is that seems aligned. I'm there.
Oh, oh, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, brother. David, your passion and excitement just exudes from you, right? Like it's just so beautiful to witness. And just like what you talked about that little girl, that 4-year-old girl, and then how she did that with the class with the 500 people, and like how excited it made you, and how it was a reminder for all of us how to be like that, and how excited you are that you created a situation for her where she's not going to forget that she should be able to express herself. And I can see like those little moments like that inspires all the other stuff that you're doing. Like, how can we create that as a default for humanity, right?
Right. Right.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Well, I'm here too, man. So if as you're creating all this, let's continue working together, and
Cool.
whatever way we can support you.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you for what you're doing.
Thank
I
you,
really
David.
appreciate it.
Thank you, David.
Especially-
More to come, guys.
Yes.
Yeah, and Dave, real quick, let people know once again, because there was so much excitement here, about where they can tune into your work and follow this movement as well.
Well, you can find everything I'm doing at soundhealingcenter.com, but the actual and we don't really have all this posted, although I've got a whole Google page that I can send everybody that goes into detail of this that I can email. So email me at david@soundhealingcenter.com, and then check out what we have at soundeducationassociation.com.
Beautiful. Thank you, David. Appreciate you being here, brother.
All right. Thank you.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Take care. Bye.
Wow.
Amazing, huh? Whoa.
I'm speechless right now.
Yeah. Well, I love that we are now getting into the actual curriculum, and it seems like it seems like we made leaps and bounds. That like a year or two worth of emails to create something happened in 2 days through a conversation on air. Right? Like, because we started out with like just us conversations and Luke and Alex and the feeling of the energetic, and then a discussion of what kind of things could be changed, our galactic connections, what happens with the soul as it incarnates as well. And then boom, we get into, all right, let's see what we can do to make it fun. Let's see what we can do to shift certain things. And you had asked a couple of times, what do you see as issues? And David brought them up. Calling people failure, making it so competitive that even the people at the high level achievers are stressed out, right? As like crazily stressed out, because they feel like they need to be the best.
Yeah.
And everyone.
I feel like you were probably one of them, right?
What's that, me?
I feel like you were probably one of them.
No, I was a failure. Oh, not a failure. I was a straight F student in my 12th grade, believe it or not. Straight D's. I got kicked out of college because academically disqualified, and now I wear it as a medal.
Oh my goodness.
It's just, I was into other things, it took me a while to find out what I was interested in. I was going to see, here's the go. I went to school and did what I was told I should do as an Indian kid to a family that's conservative, where all the people that were from high school going into college that were Indian were either going into business, lawyer, doctor, or IT, right? And so I thought that I had to do that. That's another thing that, like, is right, imposing what you think is the best for that child into the world. And honestly, like, if I went back, I would probably do communications,
Oh yeah.
I would do philosophy.
Well, here's the thing: you don't have to go back. You don't have to go back, and
I don't have to go back. Yeah. If there's, I try not to regret anything, but sometimes I do regret that I didn't have the moment I had there, but I realized it gave me the catalyst as well to look for deeper things, explore really what I wanted to bring into this world. And that's the environment that I think that you want to create for all children moving forward from this generation onwards.
Yeah, thank you everyone for being here, because we are healing. We are healing the education system together right now by having these conversations, guys.
Yeah,
It's so needed. And I mean, we've all been subject to it. We all have our own educational trauma. Here we are.
Yeah.
We're releasing all of that right now, right here. Thank you.
Yep.
And I love the world idea. It's like, I don't know if you both knew of like the choose your
sorry,
adventure book.
Say that one more time. Sorry, there was a little delay.
No worries. Yeah, when I was a little kid, I loved the Choose Your Adventures books. I don't know if you guys like read them, play around with them, where you read a story and they're like, you can either go down path A or path B. Where would you like to go? And the beauty of that for kids, especially, is like, as kids, we feel like we have such a limited choice. We were taught that we always have to listen to what grown-ups tell us to do. And then those books introduced possibilities to me. And this is what I see from these worlds. Wow, the possibilities are endless. And with that, going back to what Alex said on the first day in this event, I asked him what maybe change in our education system. He says, bring in, was it Luke or Alex? Maybe it was Luke. Bring in higher consciousness.
Mm.
What is higher consciousness? What is the mind and consciousness of source? That's what it is. Infinite possibilities. When you're playing with this world, you are playing in the consciousness of source itself.
Mm-hmm.
I just see this connection from what was said yesterday to what is being actually implemented right now.
Yeah. And as we're speaking here, I'm thinking also that, a lot of parents, like I'm reflecting on what I said as well. A lot of parents, they believe that their child is an answer to all their hopes and dreams and unfulfilled hopes and dreams. That's a lot to put on somebody, right? And it's like, wow, what a beautiful world it would be if it was like, child, what are your hopes and dreams? Here's the different things that you can explore in the world. These are the different classes you can try. Here's the different instruments you could play. These are the different things happening in the world. What is your hope and dream? That would be a good question to ask at the next round table for the children. What are your hopes and dreams?
Yeah. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of,
so go ahead.
Do you guys want to see some of the roundtable that we captured last year?
Yeah. Yes. Do you have it on your computer?
Yeah, and I won't share, the whole thing. Maybe just like 10 minutes of it, just to get a taste of the children, because through this, I do want to share voices of children. And I feel like this would be the perfect opportunity to ground in all of that we've been through this weekend together. And then I also have some very high energetic paintings from a 6-year-old girl, B, from New Zealand, that I would also like to share with everybody. So let's dive into a little bit of the wisdom coming from the Children Council itself.
Okay. And you remember how to share it? You go to share video file?
I believe so.
Okay.
Here we go.
Okay, it's coming up.
Okay.
What's good about the world right now? Anybody want to answer that?
I can.
Please, I'll give you the sword.
So, I would say what's good about the world right now is that nature always grows back. It you can't chop a tree down and then think it'll never grow back. Earth grows by itself without humans hurting it and chopping it down. It grows back. And I'd say that's what's good about the world right now.
Awesome. You want to share also?
What's good about this world is that these mothers and fathers are teaching their children that they can speak up and they can actually like speak up about how they feel and their feelings and how if they want to be a healer or if they think, oh, I want, oh, I want to go on TikTok and be a healer and show myself, and that's what I did. And I love that all of these grown-ups are allowing children to know what it's like to know what it's like to be a healer and to be just to be a child and to actually understand that who they want to be, and instead of pushing them back and being like, oh, you can't do that, that's weird. But I'm so glad that these parents are actually allowing them to speak.
Can I ask you why is that important?
Real quick, Julie, is it freezing for you a little bit? Oh, you're muted. Unmute.
Why don't I try to stream it through?
Yeah, let's do this. The best thing to do is screen share. That way we won't have any issues. So if you
All
click share screen, entire screen, make sure audio is selected, and then share that, and then you can go ahead and play it.
Okay. All right, let's try that. Just give me a second. Sorry about that. And yeah, somebody made a comment about the background music. So it's not background music. We were at the Star Children Retreat in Hawaii last year. So there are a bunch of kids running around and playing in the background. So we tried our best to keep things quiet, but with children, you know how hard it is. Here we go.
What's good?
1 second.
All right, it's coming up.
Sorry,
Oh,
I
it
forgot.
left.
Please be patient.
Okay.
What's good? Anybody want to answer that?
I can.
Please. Give you the floor.
So I would say what's good about the world right now is that nature always grows back. It like you can't chop a tree down and then think it'll never grow back. Earth grows by itself without humans hurting it and chopping it down. It grows back. And I'd say that's what's good about the world right now.
Awesome. You want to share also?
What's good about this world is that these mothers and fathers are teaching their children that they can speak up and they can actually like speak up about how they feel and their feelings and how if they want to be a healer or if they think, oh, I want, oh, I want to go on TikTok and be a healer and show myself, and that's what I did. And I love that all of these grown-ups are allowing children to know what it's like to know what it's like to be a healer and to be just to be a child and to actually understand that who they want to be, and instead of pushing them back and being like, oh, you can't do that, that's weird. but I'm so glad that these parents are actually allowing them to speak. But
Can I ask you why is that important?
because children don't want to be held back. They don't want to be held back by their parents. Like they don't want to be held back. Like, oh, you're not gonna, you're gonna fail if you do this. If you can't, you still do this. That's pushing them down.
Well, when I think about the world that's good, is that everyone here is here and is present and can everybody really can change the world, and that I feel that all of us can actually completely change and reform this place.
Do you have anything to add to that?
What I think about the world right now is like all the things that humans have created, like they're the place for everyone to be. Like there's not always someone who's left out. Like we all have made place for everyone.
If there was anything you want to change about this world, what would it be? Yes.
I would want to change all of like the people like harming the earth and like taking its wood to build stuff without even asking, or just like chopping down like we hate earth, chop, or like literally stealing fruit, or like growing plants but then like spraying them and basically killing them with all these toxic gases and everything. I would like, if I can change the earth, one thing about the earth, it would be that.
Yeah, let's hear it.
So what I don't like about the world right now is like what I think they should change is how like humans can't just share land. Like why do they have to go to war to get this land they want? Why can't they just share it and then like, oh yeah, you can be here and do this, you can build whatever. Like why can't they just share and give each other what they want, fair trade and stuff? And then like, hey, I'm gonna steal this from you.
What I was gonna say is that something to add on to Otis's thing, that I actually do live in the forest, and I've also just been like, why can't we eat the things that we can use? And then, like, say, for an apple, you can eat the apple, take out the seeds, and plant a new tree.
Instead of just throw the seeds away.
Exactly. Mm-hmm. And then they could reproduce even more than what they already have. For one apple, you could have like 10 trees of like at least like 100 apples.
Well, if there's one thing that I could change about the world, is a lot of things, but one thing would be that there's people that harm other people, and I do not like that. They're a human being. Like, why can't they treat your own race like how you would treat like the other person? Because like you're a human too, which means you get to treat that other person like a human instead of hurting them and taking them away from their families and doing that other stuff. And it's not cool. It's not okay. It's not like and they like hurting a person. That's who you're. Like a person, why do you have to hurt your own race if you're a human and if they're a human too? It's not okay. It's not like it's like drinking poison and expecting the other person to die. It's like you can't just do that. Like it's not like, oh, I'm gonna go kill someone today, I'm gonna do this. Like no, it's not okay. I don't appreciate it. I've made so many, like I've told everyone like, don't like why does it happen? Why does it all happen? Like for me, I got sent down to this world and I'm happy that I did, because I get to meet all these wonderful children and everyone. But the only thing that I don't appreciate is that they do that. So yeah.
Can I give you guys a little magic trick to work with that? Yeah.
So you guys close your eyes and think of something that makes you happy or make you laugh. If you have a puppy playing in a bed, you could be shooting squirt guns at other people, wherever. Uh, just close your eyes and think of something that just makes your heart happy a little bit. Once you get to that place, fill your heart with that and then send it to the person. Send your heart to the person that you feel that they may be having a migraine, or they don't feel good, and they're feeling sad. And you bring in joy and love to them. And so you pick yourself up and you pick them up at the same time. And that's what we want to do with the rest of the world, isn't it? As we are, everybody to have all the things that we have in this.
You want to stop the audio, Julie?
We can teach each other and love each other.
That was awesome.
So, thank you. Yeah, that's just like a little taste of the roundtable, and I would love to bring in a children's council for the next time that we do this together again.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like live council. Have them come on.
That one, that's what I tried to do the last time with this in Hawaii or online, and it took us going to Hawaii for that to actually happen, because kids, internet, like having to just sit there and talk, maybe not going to happen so well. But what if we try to do that in Hawaii in July and then broadcast it?
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, and then like having the conversation between us, because like this is us and like the adults basically communicating here, and then also bringing that in. And it's gonna be interesting to see what happens with David, and especially if he does come in Hawaii, because we could even have, like, as this is growing, where they actually get to experiment with these types of curriculum and different things in real time, right?
I told him the exact same thing.
Yeah.
I think that would be so exciting, and we can document it. And
Yeah,
then it really goes into the world. The worlds are going into the world.
Yeah. That's amazing. All right, so this is your speaking time. Do you want to take it away and keep going for a little bit, or how do you want to flow next?
I feel like I'm just gonna take maybe 10 more minutes. We've talked a lot
in
the last couple of days, but what I do want to bring back, of course, the voices of our own star children themselves, which I just did. And then another thing I really wanted to share is this amazing artwork that was shared with me through a star child in my community, the Star Children Academy that I just had a cohort this summer. And this child's name is Beatrice Rose Jackson. She is 6 years old in New Zealand. And I won't say too much, just that enjoy the light codes that come through this art. And then after we have rekindled that inner star child within us, I would just want to spend a couple of minutes to allow us all to sink into our heart space and reconnect with our star child. So I will lead us into a very short process to just ground everything in. So let's start with the artwork here. Just feel into what sensations you feel like are coming up when you look at these. Personally, I feel a lot of fairy energy. And then I'm going to share another set. Notice how these two evoke something different within. Ay manana tutoriki usu uronaya. Iu kuturu na ya. For me, I'm seeing the water dragons, but that could be just me. And then, yeah, a lot coming through the sacral. Feel free to share in the chat if anything is coming up for you. Okay, and then final set. I feel like my heart just opened. As if I'm smelling roses. Erorotoroki inatana sua ianaya ukuaya. Hishuana tu 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 kiamu oroto no ii kiana. So thank you, B, for sharing your gifts with us. So beautiful. So much light. And we've been through a lot in these couple of days. I just want to ground it all inside our heart space. This summit was called the Star Child Summit. And we can't really leave here without connecting with our inner star child, right? So the last thing I am praying for is for each and every one of us to be fully connected to that star child, all of our innate gifts, all of our multidimensionality, that creative potential within. And I'm just reading some of the comments. Fergus says, the second set, definitely water. Michael says he sees the cosmos and feel infinite potential. Thank you. And then Fergus says, hands and ground, third set. Oh, yeah, hands and ground. So if you feel up to it, if you still have a little bit of energy left, and even if you don't, I promise you this is going to give you some energy. I'm just inviting everybody for a couple minutes. I promise, just a few minutes. Close your eyes gently. And just sinking into our heart space. And if it's possible, feet on the ground, opening up the bottom chakras of our feet, the feet bottoms chakras, to connect to Mother Gaia, to her heart, to her heartbeat. Now, if your feet are not on the ground, you can still connect with your root. Connect your root into the heart of Mother Gaia. As always, we're always connected, all of us. And for a second, go back into your heart. Just breathe into that space. Try to hear your own heartbeat. For this is also the heart beating from your inner star child. There's no need to visualize anything here. Just listen to the heart. And feel a warm glow emanating from the center of your heart. Bright, warm, shining. This is your light. This is the light of your inner star child. And your star child has a message for you. Perhaps something that you have forgotten along the way. Just listen. Listen to any words that are coming through. A message, or even a sound. What is your inner child trying to say to you? And when you're ready, just say thank you. Say thank you back to the inner star child. Say, I remember. I remember you. I remember us. And we're home. Calling all of your energy back into your body. Feel free to share any messages that came through. And I'm happy to announce this is a wrap for now. My inner star child says thank you. She's very delighted that I had the privilege of co-hosting this weekend.
Yes, what an amazing event! Wow. And let's just do one more thing, because as this whole thing's going on, including what David was saying, I was realizing that there is a resistance to change when it comes to the old paradigm, the old ways, whether it's just from ignorance and unconsciousness, or whether it's from a deliberate intention to keep people a part of a system that only serves certain people and organizations. So let's just do like one massive diaphragmatic breath and just imagine like there's all these institutions, education systems around the world, and you're standing above the planet, okay? And you are seeing like that cartoon style, like oxygen breath come out and wiping the dust from all education systems and their resistance to change. Because even David said, we're going to start taking to governments. And my first thing was like, well, yeah, it's a great program, but most reactions aren't going to be, oh, this is supporting children, so let's implement it, right? So instead of what is negative about it, let's just blow the dust off it so that the world is open to change. World is open to something better. The world sees that everybody is part of a community and that we're all literally children of the planet, and that we have an invested interest in the betterment of every single individual on this earth. Okay, so let's all take a deep breath in and envision yourself outside the planet. Deep breath in. Exhale out. Wiping off the cobwebs on planet Earth. Clean. All things, all institutions, all outdated paradigms.
Whew.
So it is.
And so it is. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. It's really fun hosting with you. This is awesome.
I know.
Yeah, I had a
That's
lot of
so
fun.
good.
Yeah, we must do it again sometime, as they say. Yeah, thank you everybody for tuning in. Love and
Yeah.
appreciate every single one of you. If you're on other platforms, not on Portal to Ascension, portaltoascension.org, sign up there. You get access to hundreds of hours of content. We have some amazing events coming up. Our next event is Hidden Anomalies of Antarctica, and then also Portal to Inner Alchemy. And so you can check it all out on our website. And then Julie, one more time, please let people know how they can find out more about you and your movement.
Yeah. So one more time, everyone, my website, trustnewearth.com. Everyone, trust New Earth. This is it, guys. There's no new Earth out there. There's no having to build something. It's here. We are it. Trust ourselves. Trustnewearth.com. Stay connected. Sign up with the email thing that's on the top of the website. That way we can continue to co-create together, be a part of the movement, and yeah, let's create new systems. Let's
Let's do
dream
it.
up a new world.
Let's do it. And you'll also receive an email or two from me with all Julie's info as well. So you can follow her there too. So much love, everybody. Thank you all so much once again. And we'll catch you next time. Bye.
Aloha.
Bye, Julie.